Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladuro.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ayo Mairo Esse, and it's my pleasure and honor to serve as your host for the very first AHEM Conference 2021. Yes, it's absolutely something to be excited about. We've looked forward to this day. We've looked forward to having something like this here in Nigeria, from Nigeria to the world, really, because it's a hybrid conference. So you can give another round of applause if you want to. So, as I say, good morning to our audience live in the studio. I'd also like to say a very special good morning to our audience who are watching and joining in virtually. You're not left behind. We want you to participate fully in today's event. So if you're watching from YouTube, our YouTube channel is AHEM Nigeria. So if you know anyone who ought to be watching and they're not yet logged on, it's a good time to share the link with them. You can post it up on your social media platforms, on your WhatsApp status. You can post up on your Instagram handle and let people be aware that this is something revolutionary and we hope that they can be a part of it. So please kindly help us share on your social media platforms. And so again, hello to our Instagram family. We're live on Instagram, and it's the same handle at AHEM Nigeria. Now, for a number of people, you are connecting with us for the first time, and perhaps you're wondering, what is AHEM Nigeria? In a few minutes, the person whom the cap fits will come to give a robust introduction to the organization. But just as a way to break down the acronym AHEM. You know, when I was saying AHEM earlier today, I said this is a true challenge and test for many Yoruba people, and so I apologize in advance. You know, it's like, is it AHEM or AHEM or AHEM? You know, I was like, oh my goodness, you're just giving us such a huge task. And I am Yoruba myself, so let me just apologize. As much as we try to speak very good English, sometimes the Lagos Island part of me just creeps up. You know, this is a Leko part to just come and say AHEM, you know, so, or AM. So please, I beg your, I crave your indulgence this morning in case it just wants to come out to shine for a few seconds. That is me, proudly Nigeria, proudly Yoruba. Another round of applause, please, for AHEM. So AHEM simply stands for Association of Household Employees Managers of Nigeria. This is something unique, as I'm sure you'd agree with me. However, as we begin conversations this morning, and we have our keynote speakers and our panelists have a conversation in the course of the day, you'd understand that it's a long time coming. And it's amazing that finally someone has decided to take on that vision and run with it. Now, just before I invite the visionaire and the convener of today's conference, I'd like to just give a few housekeeping. For those who are online, I know the world has evolved, and so we're used to online events like this. We'd ask for you to please use and abuse the comment section. Okay, not abuse in that sense, but use, and use it again. You know, you never know who you'd connect with, just in the same vein as you would have a virtual event where you can network, meet people, exchange contact cards. Online, you can actually share your details. So let's start by, just sharing with us your name and where you're connecting with us from. So from anywhere in the world, just type in your name and where you're connecting from. If you want to go a step further, you can tell us what you do. And whilst they're doing that online, can I have those who are on site just say hello to the person to your left-hand side and to your right-hand side, and just say, I'm so glad to be at AHEM Conference 2021, AHEM Nigeria. I'm excited and I look forward to the conversations for today. Without further ado, I'd like to give an opening prayer to open up today's conference formally. Mrs. Buki Maye. A round of applause, please, for Mrs. Buki Maye as she comes to give the opening prayer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can we please be upstanding, please? Have all our phones on silent while we say a quick opening prayer. I'm Christian, so I'll be praying a Christian prayer. In Jesus' name, in the mighty name of Jesus, oh Lord, our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this event today, the very first AHEM conference in Nigeria. We pray that today's event will be an outstanding success. We pray for tomorrow's event also to be an outstanding success. And more importantly, we pray that what we are striving to achieve in the domestic staffing industry in Nigeria would
And that is why we're here. I want to say a huge thank you to all my team members at AHEM Nigeria, Mrs. M.M. Nwogugu, Bukola Mae, Kelechi Abiri, Barbara, Yemili Jofi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our amazing partner, Fab Mom. Thank you. Now, to a brief history of AHEM. So we've had domestic staffing agencies. We have domestic staffing agencies. But, you know, everyone is just trying to find their feet. Okay, this is a new industry. How do we go about it? And it just occurred to me that if we really if we want to grow this industry, this is the care industry in Nigeria, and we have left it for a very long time. It isn't regulated, but we cannot keep doing the same things and expect a different result. You find out that a lot of times we complain. There are so many things to complain about. Now, if we complain from today till tomorrow, nothing changes. So we decided in AHEM, sorry, Ayo, I think that, I'm not Yoruba, but I'm Benin, but I think that that Raz part was about coming out. I almost said AHEM. So that's what we thought about in AHEM, and we have decided to bridge that gap. No more complaints. We are working. And like Bukola said, we have been working tirelessly for a very long period of time to put this conference together. Today, please enjoy yourselves. All the sessions are packed. We have Mrs. Tara Feladurute here. In fact, her lessons recently, I was listening to her on LSETF. I had a full book. Every time I sit to listen, I'm like, okay, we need to start implementing this. We need to start putting this in practice. So your businesses will see that significant lift after today, I assure you. We have Mrs. Biola Adediran here. She's a professional finance person, and she's going to be teaching us how to put structure in our business. You know, we have Mr. Fola Alade, he'll be here. So we won't have legal issues. I was at the View show, and somebody was, Mrs. Yeni Kuti. She was like, what if you hire a murderer? I said, no, we won't hire a murderer, because we're going to put things in place before that person, that we will fish out that person before the person is deployed to someone's home. So AHEM is the Association of Household Employee Managers. And what we do, we're standardizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. You agree with me that these days you have both parents working in families, right? But that doesn't stop parents from having kids. So who takes care of the home? People have businesses. People have careers to improve, to grow. Who takes care of, who helps in the support of the family? Who helps to help you thrive on your job? And that is why AHEM was established. To be able to have that standard, so that you don't, if you go to an agency in Abuja, you go to a domestic staffing agency in Abuja, it's the same thing, the same standards, the same procedures they will give you in Lagos. That standard where you know that you cannot treat a staff as a less than. No one is less than the other. The truth of the matter is that we're all here. We have left our homes, and someone is there doing something in the house. So if we do not have that support, we would not have we can't focus with other things. And that is why we're so crucial. And that's why it's so important that we begin to have these discussions to change the way things are being done. We want a situation where in Nigeria, people can build a career as a domestic staff. They can send their children to school. They would be able to get good accommodation and live a good life. The fact that someone enjoys caring for people doesn't mean you should be in poverty. So, and that is why we're here. We want to make people see that it is not an industry for people that don't have anything to do. It's an industry for those who truly care about people and want to serve others. And it's not a mistake because God gives gifts to everyone. So we want to help people nurture the gift. And if you join us tomorrow as well at Landmark Center at Oniru, we're appreciating our domestic staff. We're giving them awards. We want to tell them that we appreciate the amazing job that they do. And that is why AHEM is in existence. Thank you, everyone, for coming. God bless you. Take your notes and get ready. In fact, even though I know I will be busy, but I'm not going to joke with my own notes because I know that things have to change. Things have to change and improve. Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy the conference. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Maka. Another round of applause, please, for Mrs. Elizabeth Ajetumobi, a life and parenting coach and also founder and convener of AHEM Nigeria. Yes, thank you very much. All right. Having opened today's conference and having recognized, of course, team members, executive members of AHEM Nigeria, as well as one of our speakers, or two of our speakers, would go straight to our very first keynote speaker of today. I'm sure a number of us are excited and anxious to glean from the wisdom and experience of our very first speaker for today's event. She needs no introduction. I'm sure you'd know that. However, for the sake of formality and to do her the honor that's due to her, I would read out her profile. She's a beauty entrepreneur who pioneered the professional makeup industry in Nigeria in the late 90s. She's the founder and current CEO of House of Tara International. She's considered a major force in the Nigerian female entrepreneurship community, having created an impact business that has empowered tens of thousands of beauty entrepreneurs through the Tara Beauty Entrepreneur Initiative. She continues to be a thought leader and major influencer through several in-classroom and online courses that focus on sharing her 20-plus year experience with other budding entrepreneurs. As a game changer in Nigerian business, she has served as a powerful role model for women in business and worked as an advocate for creating awareness of the importance of building businesses that positively impact society. She's a huge advocate of impact entrepreneurship and is considered the poster girl for female entrepreneurship in West Africa. Under her leadership, House of Tara emerged one of Joberman's best 100 companies to work for Nigeria in Nigeria 2017 and continues to be considered the #1 indigenous makeup brand for Nigerian women. She has received several national and international awards for her contribution to the industry and active role in entrepreneurship and empowerment. The Most Outstanding Businesswoman of the Year 2018 by the African Economy Builders Awards in Abidjan. Also in 2018, she received the African Makeup Icon by Ghana Makeup Awards, as well as the Leadership Awards for Entrepreneurship by Harvard Business School Association of Nigeria, and the most recent in 2019, the Award of Excellence for Social Impact and Job Creation in national recognition by the Vice President of Nigeria. In 2013, she was on Forbes' list of 20 young power women in Africa, and most recently, or more recently in 2020, top 50 Africa most powerful women alongside the President of Ethiopia, Sahle-Work Zewde, Chairman of First Bank, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Chimamanda Adichie, Lupita Nyong'o, Obeze Kwesili, amongst others. She's an alumnus of the Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program, INSEAD Abu Dhabi, Yale University, the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, and the Harvard Kennedy School, having completed the Global Leadership and Public Policy in the 21st Century. She's a member of the France-Nigeria Investment Club, which was incorporated in 2018 by the French President Emmanuel Macron. She enjoys gardening on a lighter note and loves experiencing new cultures and meeting new people. She's happily married to Fela Durotoye and is blessed with 3 sons. distinguished ladies and gentlemen on site and virtual, can we make very welcome our first keynote speaker for today's conference in the person of Mrs. Tara Fela Durotoye, the one and only.
And today we can see, and then you started to talk about how maybe you already knew that there was that similarity. Maybe that's probably one of the reasons why I'm here. Was when you now said, this is something that someone should be able to develop a career around. And I remember that was the motivation behind changing the narrative for the makeup industry, because I wanted parents to be able to let their children say, yes, I've studied this, but I want to become a full-time makeup artist. And no parent is going to say, you're a joker, because they will have examples that they've seen. So we had press, we had the media, we publicized the event so much. We had over 800 makeup artists from across the continent. And the reason was because I just thought we need to change the narrative, and we can't leave it. So we have to be intentional. And it's great to see that you guys have created an association, you have a president, you have a vice president, and you see what has happened with the makeup industry in Nigeria. It didn't happen just like that. There was an intentional, deliberate attempt to make it happen, to make it attractive for a chemical engineer to come out of university and decide I want to be a full-time makeup artist and make money from it. And I remember going somewhere and a man came to me and said, my wife is a makeup artist. And I was so proud. He thought I was proud because he was introducing himself. No, I was proud because a husband made a point. I was in a corporate office and he came to introduce himself as so-and-so person's husband, meaning recognize me. Because of whose husband? Hey! I said, that's it. So you will see the impact of your work. You will see it. You will see it. You see it. I went to my village 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it was very interesting, the coronation of our king, how makeup artists were knocking at the doors of the hotel. You open the door. Hello, sister. You want to do your makeup or your gele? We have makeup artists downstairs. They've booked. They are seated. I was so moved. Like, let me do this thing. That's what I said to myself. I got downstairs, and there were teams of makeup artists. They didn't even know me. Like, they didn't recognize my business because obviously I was all made up with my gele and everything. But it wasn't like the industry has gone far to Ode Shekiri, where there's no road. To get to Ode Shekiri, you have to go by boat. There's no road that leads there. On the boat coming from Warri to our village, you have to get on a boat. There were gele tires and makeup artists inside the boat. Yes, and they were collecting their money. And I thought, if I hadn't done this thing, you want to clap, you can clap, it's okay to clap. So you would see the impact of your work. You will see it. And you won't believe it. And I like the fact that you reference it as the care industry. I was moved. Because all I thought about is gifts. In my house, my housekeeper, Biola knows her. So Gift has been with me for 16 years. I think that they nominated her. You even know her. Oh, you know her. Uh-huh. When she was getting married and they called her at House of Tara to say, HR called her to say, okay, now that you're getting married, what do you want to do? So she doesn't understand. She said, now that you're getting married, like, what business, what do you want to do? Because you've worked in this house all these years. She now said, all the people that have been getting married in House of Tara, what did they do after they got married? What did they do? Did they leave because they were getting married? Gift is there in that house 2 years after. It was my car that they used to carry her to her husband's house. My husband even said to me that we did a photo shoot. My second son went to college at the beginning of August, and we did a family photo shoot. So my husband said, make sure that you send them that picture, the conference organizer, so that they can show the picture. I forgot. I just remembered now. Because we did a photo shoot at home with her and the boys, and you could see her almost crying because it was like, wow, you mean that these people are going to leave this house? They're all going to go, right? And she held their hand like that. You could see her eyes tearing in that picture. It was a beautiful picture. So my husband said, make sure that you show that picture so that they would see that it is possible for someone to grow in that house. He wasn't the one that reminded me. Make sure you tell them that it was your car that they used to take her to her husband's house. And Viola knows her. So when you come to the house, in my house, you see her there, always smiling. We call her our gift, because her name is actually Gift. But on my phone is my gift. It is possible. It is possible. My cook, washerman, all these people are caregivers. They are caregivers. They are caregivers. Gift said to me, oh, you have been having catarrh since. You have had catarrh 3 times already this year. I said, He said, yes, it's getting too much. So either they are not cleaning your office very well. Obviously, it cannot be from this house. Clearly. It must be from that your office. It is lovely to see. When I travel, she'll phone me, FaceTime. Then I'll be telling her, am I your boyfriend? Stop calling me. When are you coming back? Is it not 2 weeks? Has it not passed? She can't wait for me to come back. And I went on your page on social media when I was trying to do some research, and I think I saw you. Now I remember I saw you on campaigning about how we need to take care of the people who work with us. They shouldn't have to experience sexual abuse, physical abuse in our homes. And there was that campaign, and I thought this is amazing, because as long as we have the middle class growing consistently in Nigeria, this will become, it's not back in the days where your auntie, somebody from the village will just come and stay with you. No, you have to actually employ. And it is a real business, a real industry. It's a care industry. Because they're caregivers. Like you said, we have all left our homes now. Somebody is watching, right? To see. My son has a cold, and I know that as I was leaving, they had to administer medication to him. And the person that administered the medication to him is because I entrust her that she will do it well. But that's my child. That's my everything in this world. My life that I've now handed over to somebody else. So I love the fact that you want to do this work to sensitize the industry, to bring prestige to the industry, and to give awards. Someone told me, I think it was yesterday that told me that she was going to nominate gifts for this people's award. Yes, she told me, so I'm going to, I said, if you like, nominate her. I don't have power, right? But she said, I'm going to nominate her. Why did she say she's going to nominate her? Based on her experience. So yesterday, works at House of Tara. So obviously she's been in the company maybe 9 years or so. So she knows, she came to meet gifts in that house. So when they said they wanted to do this thing, she said, I will nominate gifts. Her experience. So it is possible. It is possible. We can have many, many gifts. I mean, Demlade is my number 2. I like to tell stories, so I'll tell a lot of stories. Demlade is number 2. Gift sent him on errands all the time. When he was going to university, he told her he said, one day you come to this room, you will not see me. I would have gone to America. Because you can send me. And she just said, what do you mean? Blah, 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 whatever. Now he has gone. He's gone for almost over a month now. She's looking for who she wants to cry with. Come and meet me and sit by my bedside. This house is quiet. I said, is it that I don't know the house? So I live here. Don't come and make me feel worse than I already feel. But she's looking for who understands how she's feeling. Because these are children that she carried. He's 18 years old. If she came 16 years ago, you can imagine how old he was when she came. I remember my first, he was a day waterman. He returned from school, from boarding school. And as he came through the door, where I was seated, I couldn't see him, but a friend of mine was with me, but she could see the door. So Gift opens the door. Now he's tall. So he prostrates for her. And the friend who sees him prostrate, now she's like, your son just came. So I was wondering, why are you shaking? Because my son came. She said, he just prostrated for the house help. I said, yes. The house help is his auntie. She's my staff. She works for me. Not working for him. So I'm the one that, yes. So prostrating for her is normal. It's not. She opened the door. He's coming back from boarding school. She's the first person he sees. Like a Yoruba boy, like he would do for any other auntie, he goes on the floor. And she taps his head, which is what she sees everybody else does when he does that, and hugged him. It is possible for you to treat the staff well. It is possible for your children to respect them. She calls me out now. She tells me, she said, Mommy, my boys are angels. Why? If I beat them, when I used to beat them, I can't beat them now. And I used to beat them. Someday she will say, I've been to other houses and I see how children behave. Mommy, these boys are angels. Sometimes she'll be crying. So I said to her, you are comparing them to bad children. You have not compared them to the standard I want my own children to be. That's why you are upset. You cannot be upset and beating them. Because when they are bad, tomorrow they will abuse me and abuse you. You understand? So stand by the side. If you are feeling too bad, close your eyes. But this beating, I must do it today. Watch. So I will beat. Now they're older. When they ask them about their childhood, they must reference beating inside. Now I'm ashamed. So I'm now trying to brainwash them. Talk about the other things I used to do now. But that was how committed she was. It is possible. I've seen it. When I come back from work, she will come to the door of the car to open the door for me. Not because she's excited to see me. It's not because I don't shout, I shout too. But you know what she'll tell you? Say, that's how all mommies shout. Mommies are supposed to be shouting. Daddies don't shout, but mommy is standard. So when she finishes shouting, we beg her, and we continue from where we stopped. So it is possible for you to have domestic staff who are committed to you, committed to your children. She will phone me, she'll call me, she'll say, I saw a letter from a girl. I hope this is on the internet. A girl inside my child's bag. She'll bring the letter and show me. Don't tell anybody. This is what I saw. So I'll read it. What's the name of the girl? So and so person. Okay. Tomorrow again, she'll come again. No? I saw one thing on the phone. Because the boys are so used to her that she can be in their room and they can have every conversation, she'll be there. When she finished listening, she'll come and download. Internet. Right? But that is someone who lived in my house. Now, it doesn't mean that when I'm traveling, I still don't bring somebody else to stay because she'll be tired and what have you. But after she got married, she still wanted to continue. I had to tell her, no, you are married now. You have to go to your husband's house. There's something called husband's house that people actually go to. So now she comes every day to work on Saturdays. So, some Saturdays she stays at the weekends, but most of the time, when she wanted to get married, she told the guy came. She told the guy, don't bother going to my village. Come here first. If they say no, you cannot even go to the village. Yes. So the guy came to see me. I had a conversation with him. He was working in Glow because her standard, she's now a posh girl. So the guy came, had a conversation with him. Listen. I said, okay. Christmas, he lives in Abuja. I said, okay, no problem. This Christmas, you go to Abuja, stay in your cousin's house. You must not sleep with him. Because the minute you sleep with him, you'll be confused. I want your own two eyes to be opened. I said, you cannot have lived in this house with us for all these years and see happiness and then go and marry nonsense. You understand? She said, yes. So when it was time, she went to Abuja, came back to Lagos and said, Mommy, I cannot walk. Oh. I said, really? She said, yes. Say as you said it. Because now that I spend time with him, I now realize he has a temper. And he actually beats. He actually attempted to beat me in this period because of sex. So he has a temper. I now went to discover that his last girlfriend, he beat her even when she was pregnant for him. So she came back. And we said, we're not in a hurry. We're waiting for the right one. When he comes, we'll marry. And so we continued. One day she told one staff, she said, if you don't learn anything from this house, you cannot learn anything anywhere else again.
Those are her words. I'm saying this to let you guys who are stakeholders in your industry to know that there are stories that exist that are real. It's not a coincidence I'm the one that is the keynote speaker. It's not a coincidence. That it is real and that you can tell people that it is possible. And so if you have a mindset that domestic staff are bad and you guys help propagate it, that's what's going to be the experience. When Demlade was going to airport, Gift must go to airport now. Yes. Because you people are not the only ones that raised him. I get hand for instance. I know all the teachers' names, know all the play dates, know all the bad friends, the good friends, the girls, everything. So we are all going to the airport together. And FaceTime, if he does not call her, she will call. If you miss the call, she will send voice notes and annoyed that I called you, did not answer. Because you are now a university boy. But it is possible. But to make that possible, your work, your business has to work. Your business has to work. And one of the things that Elizabeth said to me is, every time I have conversations with people, they'll say to me, I used to be in this industry. Oh, I did this and I stopped. The question is why? Why did they stop? So we're having multiple cases of businesses that cannot last 5 years. This is the business, but it can't last 5 years. It can't last 3 years because of one thing or the other. And so for us to be able to build sustainable businesses around this industry, we have to think about systems. For us to build sustainable businesses around this industry, we have to think about systems. If you don't take anything away from this talk, to build sustainable business, you need to have systems. No matter the business that you are in. Systems, 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 systems. Because systems deliver consistent outcome. Systems deliver consistent outcome. So, if your mother's jollof rice tastes the same every time, she has decoded a system that delivers the consistent outcome. The question is, if your sister was going to cook your mother's jollof rice, will it taste exactly the same? Okay, let me ask it. Let's just do a quick one. If your sister can cook your mother's jollof rice, it tastes like hers. Put up your hand. One person. Every time I ask this question, only one person or two persons in the whole crowd will be able to say that. You know why? Because our mothers didn't teach us the systems. They know the system by themselves. It's not documented anywhere. And culturally, we play it by ear or by tongue when we are cooking. So it's only mommy's tongue that knows how the Maggi is supposed to be. After she's gone, that's it. As I stand here now, my mother's beans, nobody can still cook it. And the taste is gone with her. And the reason why is because when she was cooking it, she showed us how to cook it. But the measurements for each of the salt, the count, whatever it is that she puts inside, we don't know the measurements. We all just know there's no recipe. And really, at the end of the day, that's what we call our systems. It's the step-by-step processes that we put in place to deliver the same outcome consistently. It's the step-and-step processes that we put in place to deliver the same outcomes. When we build a business that systems do not exist in, there is no way the outcomes can be the same. For it to be sustainable means that it has to be able to exist without your presence. It has to be able to exist and function without you being there. Which means that if I'm going to recruit domestic staff who are going to go and work for Mrs. Drotoye, who are going to work for Mrs. Adeniran, this is how we do the process of recruitment. This is how we do the process of interviewing. This is what we look out for so that our people can remain consistent in terms of outcome. Some years ago, I went for an interview with a journalist, and she asked me, what church do you go to? And I said, why? She said I should just tell her the church I go to. And then I said, I go to House on the Rock. She said, House on the Rock people are the same. Now, I don't know what my church has done that delivers consistent outcome. But there's something that my church has done that if you've been there for 20 years, 25 years, there's the same outcome is produced, so you can identify a House on the Rock person. The same way you interview, if for someone like me who interviews people for jobs, you can see a Christ Embassy person and know a Christ Embassy person. I'm not even talking about the coily hair. That can be part of it, right? But guess what? There's a consistent outcome. If you see a winner's person, consistent outcome. Everything is militarized. Everything is a war. Everything. It is well. Anyhow, it is well. Consistent outcomes. And so I'm using church because it's a bit generalized. It may be easy for us to be able to figure out. But consistent outcome is not only in branding. It's not only in the color of the logo. It's in the character that is being portrayed that makes people know that this is a House on the Rock person, this is the winner's person, this is the Daystar person. Until you in your business, in that care business, decides these are the processes that I need to put in place because I want this outcome to be consistent. The question for you is, what is your outcome? What is your desired outcome? And how do you build the processes backwards so that the outcome can remain the same, no matter who it is that's delivering on the processes? Am I making sense? No matter who it is that is delivering on the process, it is delivering the same outcome. And so when you're building systems for this industry, what came to my mind is two ways. Number one, it's building systems around your customers. And for me, I've seen a customer value chain that every one of you has to build a system around. And you may think that your customer is the woman who called you that she needs a nanny, right? Or it's the office that calls you that they need a cleaner. You already imagine that your client, your customer is MTN, or your customer is House of Tara, or your customer is Tara Feladro Tue. Actually, your customer is not one person. Your customer is that domestic staff that you're sending out. That is your internal customer. And we say customer is, so gifts is king. Because she is your internal customer. The second customer is the child who they are given as a caregiver to. It is the grandmother who somebody is employing a caregiver for to take care of. And your third customer is the client who's actually paying for the service. But there's a tendency for us to focus more on the third. And so when we are building systems, we're building systems to attract, to retain, and to grow the relationship with the person who's paying, that we call the consumer. But it's not just about that client. It's also about, it's not only about that client, it's also about that child. Because guess what? If the child is not happy, if every time Gifts picks up the child cries, the nanny is going. Am I correct? And you know how it is now. We will spiritualize it. Grandmother will spiritualize it. Father will spiritualize it. And then if Gift is not happy, then she will not have stayed for as long as she has stayed. So the question is, how do I build a system that ensures that Gift is happy, the child is happy, and the person who's paying the bill is also happy? And design my systems as this is the outcome I want to see with this girl who's going to work for Tara. This is the outcome I want to see with the child who Gift is going to work with. This is the outcome I want to see with Mrs. Drotoe, who Gift is going to work with. And build my processes to deliver on the outcomes that I see. But those processes need to be designed with 1, gift in mind, 2, Moboloring in mind, 3, with Mrs. Feladrotoe in mind. And anytime we build systems without the 3 considerations, we're not yet ready to build sustainably. We are only going to be addressing one need and not the entire value chain. And the value chain does not stop at Mrs. Drotoe. Neither does it stop at the child. Neither does it stop at gifts. But all 3 must be considered as your primary customer, your secondary customer, but also your internal customer, which is gifts. I hope that makes sense. And in building the processes to make sure that gifts can thrive and grow and be better and become, I love the fact that you guys are saying there is no one that is less than the other. For those of you who are Christians, remember the story of Joseph? The Bible says God blessed the house of Potiphar because of Joseph. Joseph was a servant, was a slave. No matter how educated, no matter how enlightened, he was a slave. But because of Joseph, because of gifts, because when God was creating gifts, he did not say gifts will be less blessed. No. Gift came with a blessing. And in some cases, her mother is praying. And it doesn't matter that they are poor, the mother is praying. And does God say, I will not answer the prayers of the poor woman? No. The same way when you call your mother in the morning, her good morning is a prayer. Am I correct? Till she drops the phone is a prayer. In short, when she's asking you for something, she's praying. That is the same way Gift's mother is calling her now. Do you think God is not answering? And God is saying, the house where Gift is, God, don't let my child suffer. Don't let my... And as she's praying, God is hearing. So Gift is carrying a blessing. But unfortunately, we've forgotten that Gift is human and God created her. And because God created her, she carries a blessing. And we get carried away and not realize that as she comes with her blessing, there's a blessing on your home. And so we go back to Potiphar. The Bible says because of Joseph, God blessed the house of Potiphar. You'll be surprised of the 16 years that she's been with us, the blessings that she has brought. I'll give an example of a typical one. My number 2 was in a school. He was probably going through some kind of psychological problem. I didn't know. Not because I'm not an attentive mom, not because I'm not a present mom, but I just didn't know. And I couldn't see the signs to tell me, or I saw some signs, but the signs, I didn't know how to decode what those signs meant. One day, we went to school activity. And she said to me, Mommy, did you notice that every time we come to school for any of these school activities, this number 2, always, I don't want to call his name because, these things can go anywhere online, right? I don't know how come he always clings, like he doesn't get lost. I have boys. So when you go for school activities, you have to go and be looking for your children. Like, have you seen my child? This one, from the beginning of the event to the end, he's beside you. So I saw it as, oh, my child loves me. But actually, there was a problem, but I didn't know. So she said to me, I don't know what it is, but the minute she said it, it was like something hit me. I had an aha moment, and I said, yes, it's not about... So that whole thing of, he loves his mom, blah, 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 the scale fell off my eyes to say, no, there's actually a problem with this. And I cannot explain why. He's a bit withdrawn. Actually, when we go to Disneyland, he's always clinging to me. Even when we're not in Nigeria. Oh, if you take him to a party, he's always clinging. He doesn't want to go to the party. But like, I'm a mommy. No, there's a problem. So I started to think about it. Process it. And I came to the conclusion that he was withdrawn and there was a problem and I couldn't tell what the problem was. So I went back to his nursery school to say, did you at any point in time notice? They said no. That no, he was not withdrawn. That no, he was not. No, he was not. And I said, hey. So the lady now said to me, okay, you know what? It may be his class. I said, hey, but this is not the first class he's in, the second class. This is like the third class. She said, keep an eye. okay, why don't you organize his birthday party and invite all the children in his class and see how he responds to them? So she gave me the idea. I organized the party. When the first set of children that came from church kids, so the children who he had been going to church, Sunday school with, right? He was fine. The minute the CIS children from his class came in, my child ran under the table. The minute he ran under the table, I said, there's a problem. There is actually a real problem. So I'm not just guessing things. So go to school, go and speak to his Oyinbo teacher. Oyinbo teacher says, actually, that they wanted to call me. He wanted to call me, but because their system does not allow repeating, he thinks that he's not mature enough for the class. And if you think about his age, he was born in August. School starts in September. If he was born 2 weeks later, he will be in a different class. So as he said it to me, I said to process how immaturity distorts confidence. You know, if you're sitting with people who you are not mature enough with, when you talk, you will talk off points. This is the blessing of Joseph in the house of Potiphar. That's where I'm going to in this story. So my child is withdrawn. I pick it up. I decide to change his school. So academically, he's not struggling. He's average. But socially, he's struggling. And he can't relate to his classmates. So he's not making friends. He's not getting invited to parties. Right? Because he's not mature enough. And he's not making friends. So socially, there's a problem. Now, for somebody who is Fela and Tara Dro to his child, social skills is not, you came from heaven with it. So where's your own? But here it had disappeared. So I made a decision to change his school. I make him repeat 1 year, pulled him back. I tell you, my sisters and brothers, the first day he came back, he looked at me and said, Mommy, thank you for bringing me to this school. Do you know I am the second oldest child in my class? Oh, so that was a problem before. Oh. You know, I didn't discuss it with him, because there was nothing to discuss. He was too small to even understand, right? I made that decision. My child became such a star. He became such a star in the school that anywhere I go to, people always call me so and so person's mother. That became my name. Like I didn't have a name again. And I'm so grateful to God, because if not, he would have been a shadow of himself. He got to secondary school. The secondary school he went into, they said to him, because he didn't start from year 1, he cannot be head boy. He decided he wanted to be head boy. He ran for head boy. And they told him that because you did not start the school in primary school, you cannot be head boy. And you did not even start from Form 1, you cannot be head boy. My child still put his head there. Confidence. They said to him, you are not a science student. There's no time a person that is not a science student has ever been a head boy in this school. My son put his head there. He won. Became head boy of the school. Today he's on the dean's list in a university in England, in America. As in so confident, he did not do SATO, he did not do SATs. It was his results. That's an A-star student. Remember, he was average. So just by changing his year, he became an A-star student. A-star student. If gifts had not brought it to my attention, where will we be? I will have a child that's not confident. And you know that confidence thing, it carries you for years. You see adults who struggle. And you'll be wondering, how come? My son is so confident. His father, him and his dad went out in America, and he took the microphone and was speaking. That's how confident he is. But because of gifts. So because of the house of Potiphar, God bless. Because of Joseph, God bless the house of Potiphar. And all of us who are here must know that it is possible for you to have other Josephs in other homes who can, because of them, become blessed. So I feel that this business is not a business that you should just do for the sake of doing a business. It has to be a business that you are passionate about, that you see a purpose in. Because lives is like being a teacher. Lives are going to be impacted forever. What the child hears, what the child sees, what the child is exposed to. And so I don't think that we can go into this business as stakeholders and handle it just like it's any other business. No. And in doing so, when you think about the systems, you think about building systems, first of all, in operating, in how your business is operated, but also in those 3 levels I told you. But when you're looking at the domestic staff that you want to recruit, you have to think around character. Character. You have to build systems that help you detect character. What is this person ideally? What village did they come from? What are the things that the village teaches? Because let's not get it twisted and think that it's only in Lagos that you can learn values. No. You can learn strong values from the village where you came from, if you're recruiting from a village. But those character traits are things that you have to create systems within your business to draw out of those domestic staff who are going to be employed or you are going to be sending out to somewhere else. Competence, capability, and one or the other. It's really about you can train someone, but you have to know, is a person willing to be trained? You know, with each home, what they desire is different. In my house, we put hot water and we put gari inside to make a bar. Some other homes, you put water on the fire, you make a bar on the fire. Right? Somebody comes and says, this is how we do it. This is how we have been doing it. And I say, no. I want my gari, put the water on the table and pour the gari inside. And you are insisting. Around this is the competencies that are needed. You have to take the responsibility to train and ask yourself, what are the competencies that are needed? And how do we build processes to ensure that these competencies are transferred to these people as we send them forth? But also, what are their capabilities? No one came to this earth without a strength. So Gift is not tidy, but she's friendly and she has a lovely spirit and disposition. So yes, I had to teach her tidiness, but I took the smile, I took the cheerfulness, and I focused on that as a strength because I wanted my children to grow up in a place that was happy and fun, and she represented that. So how do you build systems around identifying what Gift's capabilities are? She came to the world with it. What are they? What are they? Are you able to identify 10 things that makes her who she is? And then come to me as Tara to say, Tara, these are the things this person is coming to the table with from a personality standpoint. These are the gaps that already exist from a competence standpoint. And this is what we need to do to build those competencies. But systems will ensure consistent outcome. Consistent outcome. That no matter what it is, no matter who it is, it will deliver the same outcomes over and over again. And that is one of the ingredients for building sustainable businesses. Until we learn to ensure that the outcomes are the same, we cannot deliver consistency. So system makes things predictable. It makes things predictable. Systems prevent shock, surprise. So if I know that if I come here, this is how you greet in House of Tara. Customers have walked into a House of Tara store before and said, this is not how you people greet now. This is not how you people greet now. And the customer can say that confidently because the outcomes have been consistent in how you greeted in the past. And today you didn't greet like that, so therefore I'm calling you out on it. So systems makes things predictable and prevents surprises. So any activity within your business that is done repeatedly, daily, requires to be a system. If there's any activity that is done in that business on a daily basis, we have to design a system around it. And systems is just a break. Processes equals to system. One process to another process delivers a system. And if you think about process, just think about the recipe. Think about the recipe. We talked about the recipe earlier on, where the reasons why we can't cook our mother's soup. But guess what? We see Queen Jemima, the pancake syrup, right? How many of us have used it, Auntie Jemima? 3 years, 4 years, Auntie Jemima is still coming out. We've been using it for years. We continue to use it for years. And the Auntie Jemima could have given that to her niece because there was a recipe. There was a recipe. And today, that recipe has been developed into a product that is being sold in a developing country in Africa. Because there was a recipe. As we build our businesses for it to be sustainable, you have to ask yourself, what is the outcome I want to see? And what are the processes that we need to put in place to ensure the outcomes are the same? It is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Building systems is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You have to determine who is the event nanny person, who is the Amy person. And these are the kinds of people that we employ, we put into our buckets of people. And consistently identify who they are and bring them in. House of Sarah, we have 20. So the chances of you seeing somebody who acts out of character is very unusual. It will be unusual because we have a list of 20 things that's the HOT person. And you decide for yourself, what is it? And so we look at those personality traits. And it's easier for you to train somebody. So our business, for example, one of our businesses is a retail business. It means that we serve people, we sell products, we open stores every day. Customer service is everything. But guess what? To make it easier for us to train customer service very well, you have to already employ people that are nice. People that like smiling. So when you are training them, it's not too much work. That is why it's important. It may not be for another business. It may not be. It may be something else. It may be analytical, logical, strict, disciplined, right? Does not move. If you say straight, they go straight. It may be that, but you have to know what yours is. And you need to know what yours is. There must be a system to decode it and to ensure that nobody brings somebody that is not like that into the system. But it's a responsibility that you all have to create those systems, not just for today, for the long term. There is no business that's going to be sustainable without being predictable. There is no business that's going to be sustainable without it being predictable. In terms of the delivery, in terms of the outcomes. In closing, I want us to take 3 things. Like I said earlier on, I said, we are not going to have, this is not a kind of business you do just because you want to make money. You have to do it because it's something you're passionate about. And it has to be tied to your purpose. It has to be tied to your purpose. And really, as you start this business, you ask yourself, why do we exist? Why do we exist? That's what purpose is about. Why does Event Nanny exist? Why does it exist? Why do we exist? And if the business is successful until you are purpose-driven, you don't feel satisfied. No matter how successful, how much money, how profitable, it's one part of success. But the sense of fulfillment that you get when it's tied to your purpose, nothing can be compared to it. Nothing can be compared to it. So if you are not in this business, thinking to yourself around, what is my purpose? Please close shop. Go home. Sit home. Don't waste our time. Don't waste our time. And so it's, at the end of the day, it's how do I ensure that my purpose is tied? I can do House of Tara for this number of years because it's tied to my purpose. Empowerment is my purpose. That's why I'm here. It's still empowerment. I'm still doing it. I'm just finding different ways to do it. But it's my purpose. So if you look at the entire business model, it's tied up around expressing my purpose day and night. Whether it's the makeup school, it's empowerment. Whether it's the retail stores, it's empowerment. Whether it's distribution, it's empowering another person as a platform. It is still empowerment. So is care one of your strengths? Is care one of your personality traits? Is care one of your gifts? If it is, then you're in the right business. Bring it out. Bring it on. If it is not, I beg, go sit down for house. So your purpose must find a way to express itself in multiple parts of your businesses. Your purpose must find a way to express itself. Your vision will tell you what the picture of achieving your purpose is. That's what your vision is. That if I achieve my purpose, this is what success, this is what it would look like. When I fulfilled my purpose, this is the picture of what it will look like. That is what vision is. Because I know that vision is about pictures, about the future, it's about the future outcome you want to see. But as long as you are delivering on your purpose on a daily basis, which is your mission, if you are delivering on your purpose on a daily basis, you are working in your mission, but your vision is the picture of your purpose. So I'm not going to sit down and do a business. And if I don't do House of Tara tomorrow, my purpose hasn't changed because it's how God created me. It's something he gave to me and said, you know what, this is a value I'm going to give to the world. Take it with you. And every single one of us has that thing that God gave us. And said, go into the world with this and you're going to make disciples. But you will make disciples, really. Because discipleship is really about followership, right? And as long as you're a person of influence, you will have followers. And it's followership that brought me here now because I have a following, isn't it? So let's look at our purpose and ensure that it's been expressed in this business. Not just because it's a very important business, but it's a business that needs to be tied to your purpose so that it can deliver value, not just to the domestic staff, but to the child who's the future of tomorrow. That child, that company that needs to deliver on what its mandate is. See how important your role is in family life, which is very important in every nation. And you have this opportunity. Take it seriously, put it to heart, but decide that I'm not going to build a business that 5 years' time will say has ended, because I'm going to put systems in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Please, we can sustain the applause for a bit longer. What a way to open today's conference. My goodness, thank you very much. You may please take your seats. Thank you. I felt like Mrs. Feladrote just took us on a journey. And opened up our minds to begin to see things in a different way. First of all, starting from speaking from our heart and sharing her personal experience. I'm sure that, I don't know, if we see gifts, you'll be surprised that we're all asking for a selfie because you've made her so famous. I don't know who else, tomorrow's award ceremony, when the nominees come up and gift doesn't win, it would be like, what match was it the other day that, no, it was a tennis match when Djokovic didn't win. And they were booing the other guy who did. Like, how dare you win our star? So it would be very interesting. But I think in terms of changing the narrative and hearing, just how well we can relate with our domestic staff, and then beyond that, speaking to women and men who have decided to carve a business around this industry and seeing how you can build structure. I would never also forget, in terms of creating the soup or the beans analogy. As she spoke, I wanted to eat your mom's beans. And I was like, oh my goodness, there's beans like that has gone forever and ever and ever. We're never going to eat it again. But also it's the same thing when you have great service or great product or something great. And to imagine that if you don't leave a piece of that whereby they can follow the system, it would never happen again. No one else would have the privilege of the access of that thing. Very important, building a system. And even for us in terms of domestically, in terms of building a system in our domestic environment to ensure that even when we're not there, whether it's as employers, whether as business owners, or whether even interfacing with employees, we ensure that we leave a piece of ourselves there so that our standards do not drop. It's the same level of service, it's the same level of output consistently. And so little wonder why when you go into the House of Tara, you're, hey, welcome to the House of Tara. Now I understand the trick now. So it's a system. I think without even listening to this speech, you know that there's something here. There's something here. They've told them something. There's some people who would really get query if they don't welcome you with a big smile. It's like, calm down with the happiness. I'm here to buy your product, you know. So thank you so very much. One more time, a round of applause, please, for Mrs. Feladrotoyin. I have a feeling that some people might have questions for her because there were some things that she said that I think that some people might want to, can you break this down a little? Even though we might not be able to pose questions to her, we have a panel session coming up. And the panelists have been carefully selected to answer specific questions and to respond to some of the concerns that you might have. So please, if you have questions, hold them, write them down. In the course of today's meeting, we hope to answer questions, respond to your concerns, and open, throw more light to a number of things that are coming up. And so, ladies and gentlemen, after such a powerful opening session, are you ready for the next speaker? Are you ready for the next speaker? Your yes is a bit encouraging and not very encouraging. Are you ready for the next speaker? All right, so those who are online, are you ready for the next speaker? In the comment section, put there, I'm ready. Yeah, yes. And as you're saying that, the beautiful thing about being online is that you can actually share the nuggets that you've learned. Unfortunately, we cannot whisper it or shout it out here, but online you have that privilege. So please, in the comment section, write down some of the things that stood out for you as light bulb moments so that others who might come in later on can pick them up as well. And so we'll go straight into the introduction of our next speaker. The very next speaker for today, Mrs. Biola Adediran. Before she comes up, just to hold on for
Biola Adediran, an experienced finance professional, certified project manager, business structure, and strategy expert with a strong background in audit, financial planning, investment management, business process engineering, and extensive experience in driving key structural changes in organizations from experience gathered while working with top financial services industry clients in the global audit firm KPMG, as well as in the investment management industry. She holds a BTech in project management technology from Lagos State University, Prince 2 certification from APMG International, MBA with specialism in finance from Edinburgh Business School, Scotland, and also a chartered accountant. She currently works as the Group Chief Financial Officer in an investment management company where she oversees financial management and strategy development functions. Through her social impact platform, Midridge International, she provides financial advisory and business structure and strategy support to SMEs. She's been a keynote speaker, panelist, and trainer facilitator at various events. She serves as a business clinic consultant and mentor at Faith Foundation, a mentor on the Wimbase platform, Awesome Treasures Foundation, among others. She's been featured in Startup Africa magazine in South Africa. She leads Africa and other local newspapers in Nigeria.
Gentlemen, please let's make very welcome Mrs. Biola Adediran.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so much. How many of you will agree with me that the last session we had was just a boom, boom, boom kind of session? Wow, it's amazing. And I'm so happy that we have such an opening. And in fact, as a background or as a foundation to what I'm going to be speaking about, especially for those of us that are practitioners in this industry. And I know that this industry is one that people may not think that is one formalized industry in that sense. So a lot of the people that operate in this industry are people that either they just find that they have a lot of people around them that they can help find jobs or put in places as carers, is how a lot of people are set up in this environment. But I so much love what AHEM as an organization is doing. And just like Mrs. Tara Feladrotoya said, she made up her mind one day that can we build an industry where we have makeup artists that get jobs just the same way that people who choose to work in the banks or people that choose to work in the oil and gas sector decide that I want to work in the beauty sector. And they don't feel any less than anybody else. AHEM is here to do exactly the same thing. So it's almost as if we're recreating the same thing that has happened in the beauty industry. We're seeing the same thing happen in the caregiving industry. Interestingly, in other parts of the world where, you have carers in the UK, in the US, it's serious business. A lot of people leave Nigeria to go and get into that caring industry, and they see it as proper job. People who have MBAs are leaving Nigeria, having been in, big schools around the world, and then they relocate to other countries of the world as carers. Why do you think they will take a job as a carer as a serious thing to do? I mean, beyond the fact that they want to make money, it's also because they are either passionate about it or they have seen an industry that takes them in and they don't feel any less. They are able to say, okay, this is my profession, and they are proud of it. They have an industry that has been so set up in a way that there is recognition for them. Because the truth is that if there is nobody to do that work, guess what? There's going to be a big gap. And in other parts of the world where there is an organized system around the way this industry works, you will see that there are a lot more professionals that are moving into this space. And so I must salute the work that you're doing at AHEM organization. Please put your hands together for AHEM. Thank you so much. Now, having laid that foundation with the systems conversation around how we build businesses that are sustainable, businesses that will stand the test of time, thinking about legacy, thinking about not just now, but for the future as well. There is also that part that you need to think about as a business owner, right? In terms of, if I'm starting a business, am I just starting a business because I just want to make money, chop money? Like, money for food, money to just eat, money to just take care of your family, and that is it. No. I love the fact that she has already explained the fact that your business has to have a purpose in it. Because that is what will even guarantee the longevity of that business in the first place. It has to be vision-driven. And that is why you will know that if you're approaching your business from a purpose perspective, then that business must be profitable. There is no way your business will stand the test of time without it being profitable. If you have a challenge with running a profitable business from, well, I may not say from day one, because it's not every business that becomes profitable from day one. But over a period of time, you want to establish a period where you know that, yes, we're now getting into break-even, and then we are now becoming profitable, so that we can start to build reserves and build resources that help us to grow that business and to be able to do so much more. So imagine that when the House of Tara business, because I'm putting that as a case study here. Imagine when she started the House of Tara business. Okay, she loves to make people's faces up. She likes to, make people look good and everything. If she wasn't thinking 30 years from now, 20 years from now, do you think that we'll be able to talk about House of Tara the way we talk about it today? It must mean that the business has been profitable over time, and it has to be a deliberate work to ensure that you build a business that factor in where you're going in 30 years. And for you to get there, you need money. You need money to invest in people and make them the right kind of talent that can help you take that vision farther than where you can actually take it yourself. You need to invest in technology to drive that business. Everything is on the internet today. You require a level of investment, no matter how small, to put your business out in the world. You need money. You need cash to be able to grow your product lines, your services, and everything. So let's bring it back home. So you are an operator in this industry. You are in the caring business, right? What do you look out for? How do you even set your business out? And I'm going to make this as general as possible, but I'll also bring it back home for those of us in this industry. What are the things that you have to think about to ensure that you actually set out your business on the path of profit? Now, it is not when you start the business that you start to think profit. Before you even start, think profit. Because it will define a lot of the things that you're going to do from day one. It will define a lot of the decisions that you want to take or that you have to take from day one. A lot of us even get it wrong from day one. I imagine, I remember talking to a lady who wanted to start a retail business. She wanted to sell, fashion items, clothes, and stuff like that. Before she even did her research to know where her target market is and how best to reach them, guess what she did? Can anybody guess? She got a shop. She invested some decent millions in getting a shop fitted out, AC'd up, everything. wasted close to 10 million naira in fitting out a nice, posh shop. She has not even bought the product. She does not even know where her customers are coming from. She does not know the kind of product she's going to get in, what price point she's going to put it, how much profit she's going to make. Guess what she's done? She has just wasted some good money in rent and fixed assets that she cannot even convert to money. That's what she did. And that is why I say, setting up your business to be profitable, it is not when you start the business, actually, in terms of buying the product or putting yourself in a place to start to offer your service, that you start to think profit. No. You start to think about profit the moment you decide you want to get into business. Why? Because it will inform your business model in the first place. It will inform how you are going to position yourself in the market. It will inform the kind of customers you want to go after. It will inform the price point at which you will put out your service or your product. It will inform even the kind of staff that you will get. It will inform the kind of products that you bring on now and the ones you bring in later, or the services you offer now and the one that you offer later. So guess what? Thinking about profit first is essential before you even get into the business. So I imagine that some of us are already in business right now, and all of this thing I'm saying is just peppering our body like, gosh, what have I been doing? It means that I actually got it wrong to start with. There is hope, because there is something you can do, even now that you're already in business, that can take your business from the path of whatever lane you are in business right now and get you on that path to profit. And I'm just going to share very quickly on that. So as I said, there are things that you do prior to making profit of your business, of your passion, that passion that has now become a business in your hand. At some point, making people look beautiful was something that Tara was passionate about. How will she make it a business? Not just a business that only her can do, but a business that can create an industry. If she was not successful in that business, do you think people would have been attracted to even join that industry? Do you think that the people that are operating in that industry right now, who may not even know her, right, and feel like, yes, I'm a practitioner in this space, and they are doing their businesses profitably, do you think they will have been attracted? So as we think about this business, this new industry is not even new. This old industry that we're now bringing to light and creating some sort of system and structures around it, standardizing the practices of this industry, we have to think like every other business. So whether you are in the beauty industry, you are in the care industry, whatever industry that you are in, the business principles are the same. You are not in business to joke. You are not in business to play. And except you are a charity organization, you want to make money. Yes. Who doesn't want to make money? You want to make money. So it's a serious business. So there are things that you do prior to starting the business. There are things that you do when you're running the business. And then there are strategies that you now need to put in place to continue to grow your profit so that your business can be a sustainable enterprise, so that your business can continue to grow and scale, and then it can give birth to more. Are we together? Now, the number one thing that you do is, first of all, you need to refine that idea. Many times we just get an idea and then we are going to market with it. That's not the first thing you do. You need to refine that idea. Is this idea coming from a place of purpose? Is this something that I feel like I'm wired to do? Is it something that I feel like I have the resources, to make happen and to turn into a business? Refine your idea. And the way you refine your idea is by research, getting information, taking your thoughts and your ideas through a process that helps you to prune it, to refine it essentially, right? Just the way crude oil will have to go through a process. Just the way gold will have to go through a process such that the outcome at the end of the day is valuable than when it was in its raw form. That is how you take your business idea through a process that helps you to refine it. And in refining it, what you need to do is you need to define your why. Why am I going into this business? Because the truth is that there is no one business that is easy. Businesses come with their challenges. Businesses come with risks. But you see, In the days that things are not looking so good, your why will sustain you. Your why will keep you going. If that why is so clear to you, it would inform the kind of people that you bring into your business as stakeholders. It would inform the practices that you will allow in your business and the things that you will not allow. Why? Because your why is so clear to you. You know why you are doing it. Even when you start the business and it's not even yet yielding profit, you know why you are in it, and you know the path that will take you to profit. So you will stay. You will stay on it, and then you'll continue to do whatever you need to do to be able to turn a business that becomes profitable. So define your why, let it be clear. If your why is not clear to you, guess what? It's not going to be clear to your employees. And you will not be able to refine your vision. They will not understand it. If you are not able to communicate your why in a way that is simple and easy for them to buy into that vision, guess what? You will be a lone ranger. Even if you have 20 people working with you, you will find that you will attract people that are just in it to get a salary. You will not find people who will be willing to work in birthing that vision and take it beyond what you can do. And those are the kind of people you want. Vision bearers. But the vision needs to be clear to you first before you can sell it to another person. Okay? Now, having done that, you need to then decide on your business model. Deciding on your business model will help you to know how essentially you want to put this business together. For instance, when I was going to start out my social impact platform, right, and I knew that I had other things that I was doing, I studied the environment. I knew that I wanted to offer advice in the business space. And I had a sense of what the future would look like in terms of what businesses would need. This was a time that we didn't even have COVID. So I didn't even understand the fact that this online thing can become a thing. But I had that foresight, and I knew I had to build an online business. I have to build a business that allows me to talk to somebody in Ghana, advise somebody in South Africa. Do you understand what I mean? And that was exactly what I need. I knew that I had to leverage technology for the most part. So as a business consultant, as a business coach, I didn't have to be physically available to be able to advise my client. And that was my business model. Because I looked at it, how am I be able to scale this business beyond me if I'm just going to be in one place? And it's a function of how many people I can reach physically. That was why I knew that I will have to have online courses. That's how I knew that I'm going to have online platforms, mastermind groups where I can reach a lot more people. And that's why when I was creating my product and my services, I had to package it in such a way that I can do it from anywhere around the world. And my model is just such that right now we have a consultant consortium where I have people in different parts of the world as support consultants that are speaking to all our clients anywhere in the world. I knew that I had to come up with a model that suits what I wanted to do. So you have to do something similar for your own business. Ask yourself, what business am I in? Who are my target markets? Where are they? And what is going to be my business model? How am I going to reach them? What will be my mode of operation? What gives me the best access? How am I going to scale this business? Start to ask those questions from day one, because it may make you do some things differently, even from day one. Are we getting it? Awesome. So you have to think about that. And then clarify your target customers. Clarify your target customers. You cannot serve everybody. If I ask you who your target market is, and you say, oh, it's everybody, both men and women and this and that, it just tells me that you have not done your homework. Everybody cannot be your customer. Even if you are offering the same product that everybody else is offering. Do you know that there's a way you can so niche down, right, in that industry and find the specific people that when they hear your voice, they know you are the one for them. They just come for you. Do you understand? So there's a way you can so niche down and carve a niche for yourself in an industry that has been going on or that has been around for 50 years. You can carve a niche by understanding the market you want to serve, understanding the unique needs of that market, and make yourself the go-to person for that particular market. So for instance, before House of Tara became a thing in Nigeria, there was the Mary Kay, the Mark, and all the other brands that we know. But what we saw with a lot of those brands was the fact that they didn't have shades of foundation and things like that that could work with, a black person. we had that struggle because those days, for those of us that used to use, they call it pancake. Because when you finish plastering the whole thing on your face, it actually looks like pancake because your skin tone and those sort of things, they probably didn't have those range. And a company like House of Tara decided we have to now go into product development because we want to bridge this gap. And that's the way we should also think about our business. Even if you want to operate in an industry that is already existing, the question is, what are the gaps in this industry today that your product is going to be the solution to? And you cannot afford to do business the same way every other person is doing business. What is going to be unique about your own? Are you going to be adding to the number? Really? So you have to think about differentiation. What am I bringing to the table that is different from what everybody else is doing? How am I different? How do I carve a niche for myself in the market? How do I get a share of the market? What problem am I the solution to? Or what problem is my business the solution to? Those are the questions you need to ask yourself and decide how you want to differentiate yourself and the unique product or the unique services. So let's bring it back to the care business. If I decide today that I want to get into this care business and I want to be able to, bring the carers and the people that they are caring for together. I want to be the bridge. I want to be the broker, of people that bring carers to people that need it. How am I going to do it differently? That people just take me seriously, like, for once, we now see somebody who understands this thing. And he's doing it as a proper business. How are you going to do your own? Is your own just going to be like those people that they call on the phone, please bring somebody for me, and then say, okay, I'm going to the village next week. Don't worry, I'll bring somebody for you. How is your own going to be different? How are you going to stand out? Are you going to maybe set up some kind of training for this kind of people that you bring from all over before you pass them on to the people that you're going to give them to? How are these people going to stand out? Mrs. Tara was talking about the fact that when you're thinking about this thing, think about your customer, not the end customer that is going to be the beneficiary of the service, but think about all the other related customers, the person that pays for it, the grandma that oversees the child, and ultimately the child. So when you know the outcome that you want out of your business, when you know what you want your business to represent, then it prepares you for the kind of work you want to put in and the kind of structure you want to put in place to achieve that outcome. Same thing for when you want to set out a business that must be profitable. It's not going to happen by chance. It's something that you have to do deliberately. It's something that you have to do deliberately. So you need to be clear on who your target market is or your target customers, where they are, how they prefer to be served. In some instances, even your customers might not know how they prefer to be served. That's the truth. They may not even understand the needs that they have. But when you do your own work, when you have an understanding of their own problems, then you can bring a unique solution and you educate the client that this is exactly what you need. And for once, they feel like, oh my God, this person understands me. This person has been thinking about me. By the time you even put out your own marketing message and everything, the things you will be saying will resonate so well that when they see your own brand, they feel like this brand understands me. And it's easy for you to be able to meet their needs. Another thing that you need to do prior to setting up your business is a business plan. Now, when I talk about a business plan, it's not that fancy document that people do. Maybe you hire a consultant to do a very fancy document that you never use. At the end of the day, some people even feel like it's only if I have to borrow loan from the bank or approach investors that I need to come up with a business plan. No. The business plan is for you. It's a working business plan. It's the business plan that allows you to think through what you want to do as a business, what your business offerings are going to be. What is the purpose of your business? The truth is that when you don't commit time to sitting through these things and thinking about it, you may find that you have not really thought your idea really true to be able to refine it and get it to a point where it can actually deliver the value that you want to deliver. So you need to write down the purpose of that business. What problem is this business going to solve? Who are we solving this problem for? What are their needs? And how are we going to, meet these needs? What are the end goals at the end of the day? Who is going to buy this product? Who is going to buy this service? What will be the means to get the service across to them? Those are the questions that your business plan will answer. That's not a question that your consultant can answer for you, unfortunately. Because we all make a mistake thinking about business planning as something that you hire a consultant to do. It's more work that you have to think about as a business owner. Perhaps you get a consultant to do the writing for you. But the thinking, the best they can do for you is maybe brainstorm with you. But they won't do it on your behalf. Don't get it twisted. It is the thinking process that needs to go into the business prior to you launching it in the first place. When you skip it, that's why we find a lot of businesses that are not really, able to hold it down. After 3 years, they've packed up. Why? Because they didn't put the thought that needs to have gone into it before they even started. And it is after they've gone into it that they will realize, man, I'm choking, I'm overwhelmed, this thing is breaking me, this and that. And we will find all the mistakes that we have made that could have been avoided if we are taking time to really plan properly. Now, after you've done all of this, you have to now assess your finances. This business that I want to do, is it going to require a huge amount? Or will my savings just be enough to start and then we can grow organically with it? If I'm going to have to go and source for funding, where am I going to get it from? Is a loan my best bet at this point in time? I usually tell people that for some businesses, you don't even have a business going to get a loan if you knew what exactly you wanted to do. Because for many businesses that have crumbled, getting a loan was one of the things that killed them. And because they didn't even understand what they were doing and the kind of money that they needed. If you were getting into a long-term project and you went to go and finance that project with a short-term loan, you have killed it even before it started. Because you will keep bleeding. You will keep bleeding. Before the business even has a chance to stand on its two legs, it's already bleeding. So you will never really get to a point where you are able to really think about the business or you are able to really stabilize before you start to bleed, and before you know it, you are distracted. All you are then chasing is how you are going to just get money to pay back this loan, and you never really focus on the business that you really want to do. So for you, could it be looking for grants? Could it be even crowdfunding? Could it be talking to family and friends? Could it be starting with your own savings or looking for how to leverage other people's money? Because that's something that we never think about. How do I leverage other people's money and use that to start something and grow it organically? And if you're a good manager of funds, you will see how the fund will grow, and your reserve can become something that can help the business to then scale. But let's not think immediately about loan, the moment we have a business idea. What's in your hand that you can actually translate to cash right now that can go into that business? You may have assets that you're sitting on that are not generating anything for you. How about you convert that assets to cash and use that to start your business? But you see, when you don't think these things through, you feel like money is my problem. I should have started this business, but money is my problem. But you have to just think about all of these things to see what all your options are before you settle for anyone. So before you also get into this business, do some sort of a break-even analysis. What I mean by that, it sounds like big English, but it's not. What it means is that you have to ask yourself, if it's a service business, how many clients will I have to have that will help me to cover the cost of providing this service? That worst case, we break even. We don't make loss, but we don't make profit. And then we can move on from there. So if it means that this is the cost of producing this service, you establish that cost, then you have to now ask yourself, how many clients do I need to have? At what price point must I bring them in for me to break even? And then you know when you start to turn a profit. So if it means that you must have 5 clients for you to break even, before you get to 5 clients, you then know that you are still in loss position. And then the moment you get to your number 5 clients that is now consistent and sustainable, then you know that now we are in business. And then the next client that comes after that, you know that ultimately that takes you into profit. So it just helps you in terms of planning so that you don't spend too much money at the beginning into things that will take a lot of your cash without necessarily generating more money or more profit for you. So it's important that you establish what your break-even point is so that you know at what point you start to establish profit. Track your expenses. A lot of us are in the habit of, we just get into the business, we just start to get sales, money is coming in, but we are not tracking where the money is going. And that is where a lot of us get it wrong. As much as the money is coming in where you're making sales, track where the money is going as well. You see a lot of tech businesses raising funds. Most of those tech businesses, you won't see them 5 years from now. Some of them you won't see 10 years from now. Why? Because they have not learned the discipline of managing money. They just start a tech startup, and then they were able to raise Series A, Series D, Series that. Go and check their cash burn rate. Cash burn rate. A lot of them burn cash as if it's nobody's business. You have to track your expenses. If you don't track your expenses, there is no way you can run a profitable business. Profit is just the difference between your sales or your revenue and your expenses. So the more your revenue, the more likely your profit will be. And the less your expenses, the more likely your profit will be higher. So you need to understand all the variables that are in the mix. And if you are not putting your eye on the expenses, if all you're chasing is, I want to make more sales, guess what? You will make more sales, and then you will spend a lot more. And at the end of the day, you're not able to retain so much. So what makes businesses successful is how much of the profit you're making that you are able to keep. And not just keep, that you are able to multiply by reinvesting. So it's either you are reinvesting it in the business or you are investing in other asset classes that is going to generate more money. That is the secret. The moment you cannot master your money, you cannot track where your money is going, guess what? There is no way you can run a profitable business. So you have to ensure that you're tracking your expenses and make sure that every expense that you're spending money on, you can trace how that money is coming back. So let me give you an example. So you want to invest in a lot of marketing ads and all that. You want to invest a lot of money in marketing. You need to ask yourself, every money you are spending, whether it is Facebook ads you're doing or any form of advertising that you're doing, you need to ask yourself, how is this money coming back? How am I able to trace this money that I'm spending in my marketing budget to the revenue that I'm able to generate? If it's not coming back to you, that money is a waste. It is gone. So every expense that you're spending on, even if it is staff cost, how are you able to sweat your assets in form of your employees to bring in more money, to generate more revenue? If your business is not doing better than when it was only you doing it, then it's possible that you are just spending money on paying staff salaries that is not coming back to you with increased sales. So you have to interrogate everything you're spending money on. You have to track everything and ensure that everything is bringing something back, is adding to your top line, which is your sales. Then you need to build a team that can help you to grow the business. Mrs. Tara already spoke excellently about the fact that you need a team that can help you carry the vision. You need a team that can help you improve the scale or increase the scale of your business. And that definitely adds up to your bottom line, which makes you a profitable business. Know your profit margins. How many people have read this book, Profit First? It talks about the fact that as a business owner, you have to think profit first. Before you even put your sales out, before you put your product out or your services, think profit first. So let's say you bought a product for, say, 1,000 naira. And you are thinking, okay, I think I can sell this thing for 1,500 naira. Out of that 1,500, how much of it is the original cost of the product? 1,000. How much is it going to cost you to source the client or the customer that is going to buy this product from you? How much will it cost you to take it maybe by transportation or every other way that you're going to get the product across? If you're going to have to hire a staff that will go and do that delivery, how much will it cost you? So before you put a margin on your product or your service, think, how much do I want to make? And then you work back. Such that at the end of the day, when you establish the profit, you now see every other cost that is involved in getting that eventual sale done. That is what will help you establish what your sales price is. A lot of us are not running profitable businesses today because our pricing is wrong. Because we don't think about profit. It's after we've done the sale, we now come back and realize, I did not make any profit. How did it happen? I've just been selling. No profit in this thing. It was because there was no profit consciousness. We did not establish what a decent profit margin would be that will allow our business to continue to run and become a sustainable business. There is a portion of your profit that must go back into your business. for that business to grow, there is a portion. And if you don't factor that in every service you're offering, in every product that you're offering, if you don't factor that in, guess what? You will just be working and recycling, and it'll be as if you are in one spot and you're just running like in a roller coaster. You're not moving. You're moving very fast, but you're not really moving. And that is the situation with a lot of businesses today. They are moving so fast. You see them working. They are burning out, overwhelmed. At the end of the day, when you check the bottom line, nothing is coming. And then you'll now be wondering, is it village people? No, it's not village people. It's just that you have not done your work. You have not really been, conscious of how much profit do I need to sustain this business and make sure that it is a going concern. And we are not just in business to just buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. We're just in action. We're just in motion. We're just in movement. And we feel like we're doing something. We wake up every day and then we go back to bed late at night, tired. You need to ask yourself, what ultimately is the bottom line impact of all of the work you're doing? And you have to establish that first before you eventually lot out. Set your profit goal. Your profit goal must be such that it takes care of your own personal commitment to yourself. There are so many business owners today that don't pay themselves. It is wrong. It is wrong. You have to pay yourself. Establish your profit goal. And the money you're making will definitely come from your business. So because you know that you need money to be able to put back in the business to grow the business, and you also need money to be able to fend for yourself and take care of yourself as the owner of the business, you have to set your profit goal clearly. It will define the amount of work that you need to put in. Nobody is saying that these things will come cheaply, right? But would also prepare you to be able to know how to make sure that you are able to achieve the goal. In terms of how you brief your team, the kind of team you even bring on board to help you drive the achievement of that goal, and whatever other resources that you need, it will keep you prepared. But set your profit goal is very important. Know your profit drivers. What are the things that drive profit in my business? What are the things that drive profit in my business? If you are not sure or you are not aware of what the profit drivers are, you will not know how to maximize them. Your profit drivers are both financial and non-financial. The financial ones are the fixed costs. There are some costs you will incur, whether you decide to open shop, you decide not to open shop. There are some costs. The moment you say you are in business, there are some costs you incur, whether you like it or not. Now, those costs have impact on your bottom line, whether you like it or not. Your sales is a driver. There is a portion of your sales, your profit margin on your sales that you have to ensure that you keep an eye on, which is in terms of your price, right? You have to think about the volume of sales you are making. The volume of sales. Because the more sales you are able to do, the more profit you are likely to make. Is it not true? So you have to ensure that you keep your eye on that. Now, if you are now doing business and you use borrowed funds, think about the cost of that fund. If you don't think about the cost of that fund, how much you have to pay back as loan, interest, and even the loan itself, the principal, you will realize that you may just be doing the work and giving the money back to the bank. Literally working for the bank or working for the financial institution. So those are your profit drivers. It's important. There's some money that you should not take. Why? Because the cost is just too high. So it's not just because somebody is ready to give me money. At what cost is this money coming to me? If you're not thinking about it, it's a profit driver that you have to think about. The higher that cost to you, the lower your profit is going to be. Think about inventory. A lot of us don't know when we should order or when we shouldn't order products. We just stock up because now cash has come, money has come. You just go and stock up. The more you keep a lot of your money locked down in stock, the more you're likely going to lose money. Let me use an example. We all know what has been happening in Nigeria recently in terms of the spiral downfall, devaluation of Naira. So imagine that you bought a product, right, that you have sold to people, maybe on credit, and you haven't gotten your money back. Or you have stock that has been locked down somewhere that you have not sold. The moment you now sell those products right now, and you want to go back to the market to go and repurchase, you are definitely not going to buy those things at the same price you bought them 3 months ago, 1 month ago. And this goes back to those of us that sell on credit. Follow the money. Follow the money. Because there's a cost that comes with you selling on credit and not collecting your cash immediately. There's an opportunity cost of funds, of money. So what is the opportunity? What is the alternative use of that money that is sitting with somebody? If you had the cash today, even if you didn't put it back in your business, you could have invested it in something that is giving you a certain level of return. You are losing that with that money being in the hand of the person that is owing you. So follow the money. As a business owner, these are things that you need to pay attention to if you must run a profitable business. This thing is not jazz. It's not, it's not rocket science. But you need to be number savvy. You don't have to go to school to go and learn too much of accounting to do these things. It's just business wisdom, and really just paying attention to the details that ensures that your business, is profitable. So what are the strategies to improve your profit? Number one, you need to focus on improving your sales revenue. How much of sales can you make? What things do you need to do? What sort of marketing strategies do you need to deploy? How do you maximize the use of your employees to ensure that you're making so much more revenue-wise? Increase the productivity of your staff. How do you motivate your staff to produce more, to do better, to work more efficiently, and to help you to be able to reduce your cost of operations? Cost of operation, for instance, if they do something and they do it wrongly and you have to do it again, you are losing money already. If you are a fashion designer and you give a customer's clothes to one of your staff to make and they spoil it and you have to go and buy the fabric again to fix, that's money lost, right? So you have to think of, how do I increase the productivity of my staff? One of it is by putting systems in place, just as Mrs. Tara Feladrotoya said. Another way to increase your profitability is to look at how you can expand your product offerings. If you are into service business, think of how you can productize your service. I've had to do that with my own service business. One of the ways I have done it is by creating products on the back of my coaching business. So you register for my online course. It's a product I have created. I don't have to create it again. It continues to generate money. That is how I have put my wisdom in a product format that does not require me to be physically present every time you need a service, but you can always pay for it. I've created template books. I've created ebooks. I've created different type of products. When I do my workshop, whether you attend live or you don't attend, you can always buy the replay. That's a product. Do you see what I mean? So no matter the kind of business you are in, if you're in a service-based business, think, how can I package this service in a product? A product continues to sell. The owner, the manufacturer of the product does not have to be there at the point that product is being sold. No. So think about it as well as a service, provider. How can I productize my service? Those are the ways by which you can increase the profitability of your business. When House of Tara started, they were into making people's faces up. Guess what? If they continued with that business model up till now, the business will have been limited in terms of their reach and in terms of how profitable the business will have been. So they knew at some point that they needed to productize certain elements of the business. Why? Because that is what they need to be able to grow. And because she cannot scale herself, she has to duplicate herself. Guess what she did? She set up the academy. And she started to train people. Now, through that training, they will earn some revenue, won't they? And now they're able to create more people who can propagate and increase the industry. But beyond that, they also brought in products. So they went into the sale of products. And then they started, selling their academy or workshops or whatever that people can sign up for and learn how to do makeup. So it's not just about the service alone. It's about other things that come with that service that you can monetize and use that to increase the profitability of your business. Find new markets. That's another thing. We're living in a global village. If you're not thinking about how to take your business beyond where you are right now, you are sleeping on a bicycle. So you have to think about, how am I going to take my business beyond where I am physically? And how can I serve the market that is out there that is not within where I am? Because the truth is that if the same market is in your geographical location, guess what? Similar people who need the kind of things that you provide today are also in other locations that you are not able to reach. So think about how to take your business out of where you are and get into new markets. Lastly, focus on your cost. Think about how you're going to reduce your operating costs, okay? Whether it is direct cost, your indirect cost, your overheads, make sure that everything that you're expending money on is generating value. But beyond that, seek ways by which you can do the same thing that you're doing at a cheaper cost. It could be by leveraging technology in some instances. So when you digitize or automate certain parts of your business, you may find that you are actually able to reduce some of your operating costs. So essentially, you need to prioritize profit. You need to think about profit. It's something we talk about, but many times when we go about running our businesses, it's not in our consciousness, and we just want to make the next sale. But before you make the next sale, think profit first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Biola Adediran. What a powerful session that was. I felt like I was in a masterclass. So you had to bring out your notes, and I'm sure if you'd go onto her website, these are things that you'd pay money for, as she said, to monetize and just to put that there. Thank you so very much. She definitely brought it to today's conference, and we're so grateful. I hope you took notes. I hope that you wouldn't have to go and pay again for this knowledge. Brought to you free of charge, courtesy AHEM Nigeria, and of course by the goodness of the acceptance of our invitation by Mrs. Biola Adediran. We're so grateful. Thank you. Your passion is unmistakable, because for anyone who will talk about money, for such a, for so detailed and give almost trade secrets, as it were, what's worked for her and just give it free of charge, at least for us here. We know it hasn't come free. At least for AHEM, they've gone all their way, and it's leveraging relationships that's also brought her here. And one of the things I think that stood out powerfully for me is the importance of leveraging technology. Technology is the future. And so for us as business owners, if we're not yet ready to embrace technology, then perhaps we're not yet ready to embrace scaling up or reaching a wider audience, or we want to play small. And I think that is just so fantastic. So thank you very much indeed. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Now, before we proceed further in today's conference, I'd like to just have, if we could just borrow a few seconds, a few minutes of your time for a photo session. We want to catch all the speakers and panelists, just in case some have to rush off to attend to other things in their daily lives. So please, I'd like to invite up on stage all the speakers and panelists for today's meeting. We'll just have a photo opportunity, and then we'll continue with our next speaker, if that's okay. All right, please, as they come on stage, can we give them a round of applause? We have the speakers, Mrs. Biola Adediran. Yes, we know. We love the sound as well. Thank you so much. Mrs. Biola Adediran, Mr. Fola Alade, Mrs. Elizabeth Ajetumobi, please, can you come up, the convener? So we'll have one with the speakers. We'll have one with speakers and panelists, and then we'll have one with speakers, panelists, and excos, the excos of AHEM Nigeria.
Frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home, or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective. What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Fela-Durotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Fela-Durotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective?
Thank you very much indeed. All right, we'll move on very quickly to our next speaker for today's meeting. When we have events like this, especially when we talk about domestic staffing industry, the domestic staffing industry, we often see a particular gender. And so far, we've had that gender come up on stage to the podium to speak. And so it's very refreshing and different to have someone, different in the look and feel of things to come and speak to us. So we had business structure, we've looked at finance, and now we're about to delve into some other part of today's conference. And so we'll have a video introduction for the next speaker before he comes on stage to present.
DESQ, LLB, BL, ASCMA UK, EQCS, IADT UK, accredited attorney mediator, notary public. Fola Alade is a notary public and an accredited attorney mediator with vast experience that cuts across mediation in workplace conflict, real estate, debt recovery, micro, small, medium enterprises, the financial industry, and a host of others. He is the founder and principal partner at FOTEFA, FOTEFA Partners LP, Mediators and Mediation Advocates, a bespoke mediation firm in Nigeria. The law firm offers a wide range of expert legal services to a highly diversified and global client base. A standing member of the Lagos Court of Arbitration, LCA, Fola Alade runs an active social media page where he sheds enlightenment on legal issues majorly surrounding mediation. He has facilitated several trainings on negotiation, mediation, mediation advocacy, workplace conflict, and emotional intelligence. He has also published several articles across different cities in Nigeria. A voracious learner and erudite, Fola Alade boasts of several local and international certifications and trainings, among which include Fellow, World Mediation Organization WMO, Mediator of the Global Mediation Panel at the Office of Ombudsman for United Nations Funds and Programs, Certified Mediation Advocate with the Standing Conference of Mediation Advocates in the UK, Trained Mediator on the Panel of Neutrals of the Federal High Court FHC, Lagos Multi-Door Courthouse LMDC, Citizens Mediation Center CMC, Edo State Multi-Door Courthouse EMDC, Lagos Court of Arbitration LCA, and Lagos Chamber of Commerce and International Arbitration Center LACIAC, Executive Director, Incorporated Trustees of Attorney Mediators Association ACMA, Online Dispute Resolution Expert, Trained Negotiator from the Lagos Business School, certified emotional intelligence specialist, facilitator, and certified trainer. International award in delivering training, IADT, with the London Professional Training Centre, UK. Founder and principal of FOTEFA Mediation Academy, FOTEFA Mediation Academy. Partner member, NCNG International, Negotiation and Conflict Management Group International. Consultant and training facilitator, Standing Conference of Mediation Advocates, SCMA Nigeria. Senior consultant, training facilitator, Better Worker Cosmopolitan Partners Limited. Training facilitator, AU Current Legal Research Firm. Training facilitator, International Mediator Campus. Training facilitator, Resource HQ Limited. Training facilitator, Legally Engaged Academy. Member, Nigerian Bar Association. Member, Section on Business Law SPL. A passionate advocate of mediation and a lover of parties and life, Fola is married to Teju Fola Alade, a senior HR practitioner and founding partner of Teju Rights, Better Worker, and Discuss with Teju. The marriage is blessed with 2 kids.
Such an impressive profile, distinguished ladies and guests. Let's make very welcome Mr. Fola Alade.
Wow. For a second, I didn't know whose profile was being read. Trust me, I'm just trying to be humble, but I don't think... thank you, everyone, and I'm delighted and honored to be here. My name is Fola Alade, and I want to start off by commending the initiative of AHEM for what they are doing right now. It's amazing. And it's also not a conversation we get to have every now and then about the welfare of domestic staff. So a big round of applause to AHEM. I'm super impressed and also a bit intimidated. Seem to be the only guy here. Okay, so we're going to get right into it. So today I'm going to be talking on dispute resolution in the Nigerian domestic industry. And 3 things stand out when talking about this topic, which is dispute resolution and the domestic industry. So usually when I teach, I have a standard procedure of going into the etymology of things to first of all even have an understanding of what we mean by dispute resolution, because sometimes dispute resolution comes in different ways. So really, when we say dispute resolution, what do we mean by dispute resolution? Dispute resolution essentially refers to one or several processes used to resolve disputes between parties in disagreement. Now, within the framework of the domestic industry, what kind of disputes are we talking about? It could be about parties not understanding what their description is, what is expected of the domestic worker, the domestic agency, and even the employer himself. So I'm going to limit the discussion on that to this framework. So essentially, that is what dispute resolution really is all about, which has to do with the several processes used to resolve disputes between parties in disagreement. Then we also have a domestic worker. Who is a domestic worker? A domestic worker is a person who works within the ambit of a residence. And that is really what makes a domestic worker different from someone in corporate services. Now, yes, a domestic worker, and within the framework, we're talking about the gardener, we're talking about the nanny, the chef, the driver, the butler, and basically anyone who works within the confines of who you stay or where you stay. That is who a domestic worker is. And what are we talking about in terms of their job description? It has to do with them taking care of the kids, elderly dependents, and basically other household errands. And that is who a domestic worker is. Then we also have domestic staff agencies. These are the agencies that provide employment and placement for domestic helps in private homes. Then, of course, we have the employers, who we can also call the principal. And these are people who engage the services of domestic workers. Now, in looking at this, 3 things stand out. We have, first of all, the domestic worker. We have the domestic agency. Then we have the employer. Those 3 things stand out. And the basis of what I'll be talking about today will be within the framework of those three. Now, what relationship? Let's first of all examine the relationship that exists between the domestic staffing agency and the employer. Now, domestic staff agencies need to first of all understand that they have a fiduciary relationship between themselves and the employer. Now, in trying to break down what I mean by a fiduciary relationship, it has to do with a high level of trust and confidence between the principal and the agent. And I'm going to expand this further. I'm dressed like this because I'm addressing you. When I go to the office, or when you all go to the office, there's a certain level of, there's a way you carry yourself when you go to the office. But at home is a different ballgame entirely. You see, and one of the reasons why I commend AHEM for what they are doing is that, you see, there's a level of vulnerability involved when you are in your house. Now, when you now have to bring in someone that is not related to you in any way, that has the kind of access nobody has to you. Because I'm talking about, these are people that literally see you putting on a pair of boxers, see you putting on a pair of shorts, T-shirts, and all of that. There are some people that you would meet in your life that you would never see them putting on anything informal. So it's really very important we understand. I'm careful not to use the word complex, but let's use the word delicate relationship that exists between a domestic staff and an employer. Then there's someone in between. That is the domestic staff agency. So we're going to first of all look at the relationship first of between the domestic staff agency and the employer. And I'm going to start off like this. The relationship, first of all, is contractual. Yes, that's the first thing. It is contractual. And when talking about contract, what do I mean? The relationship is essentially built on two things. First is trust. Because you're basically reposing the trust you have on an agency to ensure that they bring in someone who can not only do the job, but can also not endanger you. Yes, so two things stand out when it comes to the relationship the agency should have with the employer or the principal. First is trust. Second is confidence. Because you are reposing confidence on them. That, look, I'm bringing you into my house. Please make sure whoever you bring in is not someone that would endanger me in any way whatsoever. So first of all, the first duty the agency owes the principal is to first of all ensure that they both act in accordance with the express and implied terms of a contract. Now, this is where it gets a bit interesting. I don't take anything for granted, and I don't expect anyone to take anything for granted. So you see, everything should be clearly stated out. Now, my mentor would say something, and he would say, disputes, they tend to arise, not because of the absence of agreement, but clarity of agreement. I'm going to take that again. Disputes arise, not because of the absence of agreement, but clarity of agreement. Now, when we talk about express clauses in an agreement, you expect that whoever they bring should be able to do the job at a certain time. If it has to do with a nanny, the nanny should probably wake up at a particular time, should sleep at a particular time. The job description of the nanny should be clearly outlined. Now, I always say something. I can stay in a house with a madman for as long as we both have clear set out rules. I'm telling you, I can stay, because you see, if the madman knows that, or even a lion, or if you know that, okay, you're supposed to come out between the hours of 8 a.m. and 12 p.m., and it's clearly stated out, I will respect myself, and I will stay there. Then I know I'm supposed to come out between 12 and 6. So what am I trying to bring out of all of this? Don't take anything for granted. Look, it should be very, very, very clear. Now, what are the express terms that should be in the agreement? What the job description of whoever it is will be. The chef, the nanny, the driver, the cleaner, the gardener. Let them know. It should be clearly stated out in an agreement. And which is why when it comes to the delicate relationship the staff agencies should have with an employer, I don't think it should just be a one-off agreement. it should be a bespoke agreement. Because you see, requirements differ. Yes, you can't just come up with a generic agreement and say, look, because this agreement has worked for this person with this particular job description, you should also work with this person. No, it doesn't work that way. Because you see, the implied terms are even more important than the express terms. Now, so there are some certain things that may not be clearly spelled out, but it's very, very important. If at the end of the day I want to get a nanny, if my wife wants to get a nanny, and she's very, very particular about looks, state it. I want this particular person of this particular shape, size, and complexion. Look, it's very important. We shouldn't take things like this for granted, because you don't want to bring somebody into your house that will be a threat to you. Yes, because you see, it's a different ball game entirely when it comes to the office. You know, you see this person between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. The person goes home. You know, okay, fine. You can put in boundaries when it comes to the office. What boundaries do you want to put in your house? At the worst, once it's time to sleep, they go somewhere else to sleep. But you get to see these people every day. So everything has to be clearly spelled out. In terms of, now, some people might say, okay, fine, are you not trying to discriminate and all of that and everything? But the truth of the matter there is this: it is what you want. It's not, and you're not having this conversation with the domestic staff. You're having this conversation, first of all, with the agency. So it's not a case of seeing someone and then rejecting the person. So sometimes I tell people, I go a step further by saying, can I even see the picture of who you're bringing? Some people are very, very, very particular when it comes to looks. You understand? If you have a nanny or a chef and you want them to put on uniforms, let it be clearly stated out in the agreement so that we know. So that if there is any issue, we'll bring out this agreement and say, uncle, auntie, look at clause 7. This here was clearly stated. So we cannot take the issue of agreements for granted, expressed and implied. And another thing I always say is this: there should always be a dispute resolution clause in this agreement, because you see, you cannot cover all forms. You can't, and it's funny how you can also think that you would not have a problem with XYZ, and somehow, somewhere, you start having issues. Then what do? Because it has been because you have agreed to something, there is no leverage to see how you can actually be flexible about it. What do I mean by dispute resolution clause? If there's a dispute that is about to arise, let's first of all have a discussion. It's 3-tiered. First, let's try to see whether we can negotiate. If negotiation fails, we can now move to mediation, which I'm going to explain. If that fails, we can move to arbitration. And why I always recommend alternative dispute resolution as opposed to the conventional litigation is this: you're living with these people. Look, people are first of all emotional creatures before they are logical creatures. People will take will take emotional decisions and justify with logic. So there is no way you can be at loggerheads with someone you stay under the same roof with and expect the person to be happy with you. We're talking about human beings here. So the point I'm just trying to bring out of this is this: everything expressed and implied should be clearly stated. Then another relationship we should also look at again is the duty of care, competence, and diligence. Now, one of the speakers here, Kelechi, is a typical example of somebody that epitomizes duty of care, competence, and diligence. I remember when she was supposed to get me a chef. She kept on. What she did was that, I'm going to use that as an example. She sent 3 chefs to come down to cook. They did. So one was very, very professional, but I just had this feeling he would not handle feedback very well. Now, the funny thing that he ticked all the boxes, everything. In fact, of all the people that cooked, I think his was the best. But I had a bit of a problem with the fact that I just felt he may not be able to handle feedback. And because of that, I did not employ the chef. And, so what she would do is that she would give you an idea. She would send some people down to you for you to have a look. So, what am I trying to bring out of this? Options. Options. Always give the employers options. She would never send one person. In fact, there was time she sent like maybe 2 or 3, and I said, Kelechi, I'm pleasantly confused. You see, so she's in the business of giving you pleasant confusion. Where you have like maybe 2 or 3 people and you're like, look, what am I going to do? Who am I going to pay? So a big round of applause for her. Yes, I'm a beneficiary of a stellar service. Now, so duty of care, competence, and diligence. It's a given that whoever it is you refer to the employer must be someone that fits the job description. If at the end of the day you're expecting if you're bringing in a nanny, at least the nanny should at least like children. You cannot bring. No, you think it's funny? I have met all sorts of people in my life. How can you be a driver and not know how to drive? No. You know, it's funny. We take some certain things for granted. How can you be a driver and not know your way around Lagos? No, I'm like, okay, fine. So do you think driving is just going behind the screen, behind the steering wheel? How can you be a driver and you don't have a driver's license? No, and I don't want. So as the principal, I'm not supposed to be the one figuring all this out. These are things that should be taken for granted. So you owe the employer a duty of competence. You owe the employer a duty of diligence. Diligence in the sense that, because I've come to understand one thing about this beautiful country we stay in. It's amazing, and it's a very complex society, because it's one thing for you to know how to do this job very well. It's also another thing for you to be able to deliver that job effectively. Because if at the end of the day you say you're a good chef, but the meal is never ready as at when it should be ready, what are we talking about? That doesn't show diligence. If you're very, very thorough when it comes to doing your job, but you don't do that, but you can't finish it within the required number of time, that's a problem. So the job of the agency goes beyond just picking somebody randomly and just saying, okay, fine, because this person has XYZ experience and all of that. Because what the employer is doing right now is that what he should be doing in terms of finding out whether this person can do this job and all that and everything, he has imposed it on you. So you're just supposed to come and see that whoever it is you bring ticks all the boxes. And you save the employer a lot of stress. So that's where the issue of duty of care, competence, and diligence comes into play. Then we can't also talk about the duties the agents owe to the employers without also looking at what the employers owe the agents. Money, wages, and salaries. I had a conversation with Elizabeth about she was giving me a scenario of someone of a domestic staff who didn't have any problem with the boss, except that the boss does not pay salaries as at when due. So sometimes what I say is this: it's always good for the employers, first of all, to have the fear of God in them, because really and truly, how much are we paying this? How much are we paying the domestic staff? Hey God, how much are we paying this domestic staff? We're not paying them so much. So the least we can do is to ensure that whatever is agreed upon as wages and salary is paid. Now, after all said and done, now, when disputes eventually arise, how do we expect the employers to deal with them? Because ultimately, you have gotten this. You have gotten the staff into the house. Now, when it comes to the relationship between the employer and the domestic staff, if you ask me the way to go about it, I'll say it's emotional intelligence. Look, you need to first of all understand these people are human. You treat them the way you would want to treat yourself. Now, something stood out of what Mrs. Tara Fela said all true. I think we all have to use gift as a template for all of this. In everything she said, she did not mention the issue of money. She didn't mention the issue of money. She treated gifts the way she would treat her children. And if there is one thing these people need from you, respect. treat them the way you would treat yourself. Treat them the way you would treat your children. Don't treat them as lesser human beings. Of course, we'll have isolated cases of 1 or 2 people that misbehave and all of that. It is expected. Now that clearly explains what happens when you have. So for every dispute that comes up, rather than going to get the police to arrest them and lock them up, and then when they lock them up and you think they've learned their lesson, you now bring them back into the same house you stay in. You understand? And these are people that will cook your food, take care of your children. So it's amazing how people just put themselves in harm's way. So when it comes to, just treat them the way you treat yourself. Now, if disputes now arise between the domestic agencies and the employers themselves, first of all, try and see whether you can have this issue resolved amicably. And this is where mediation comes into play. Mediation, in not too many words, has to do with an amicable resolution of disputes in contention. That's what mediation really is all about. And that is the means of dispute resolution I would recommend. Now, when it comes to it, it's a two-way thing. If you feel it's a dispute that cannot be resolved, you cannot be handled on your own, you can always go to any of the agencies that have ADL services and tell them, look, I'm having issues with this organization or this agency. Can we see whether we can resolve this issue? Because really and truly, because one thing I always try to make people understand is this: always have something at the back of your mind, which is a dispute is an essential part of life. Dispute is as old as man. So sometimes when issues abound, rather than bringing in security agencies, rather than dragging them to court and all of that, try and see whether these issues are issues that can be resolved. Because what sometimes brings about issues might be differences in interest. Yes. Yeah, there might be misalignment of interest. There might be misinformation. There might be miscommunication. There are so many things that come into play. So it's always best to try to see whether issues can, first of all, be resolved amicably. Because really, this is what I always try to tell people. What do you have to lose when you try to see whether you can have this issue resolved? Let them know what the issue is, have a discussion with them, and see whether this issue can be resolved. So I'm going to leave with a parting word to everyone here to tell them that, look, when it comes to the relationship employers should have with their staff, like I said, first of all, see them as human beings, have conversations with them. And when it also comes to the relationship agencies should have with the employers, do not have a dispute, do not have a one-size-fits-all agreement. Have a conversation with them. Know what they will know, have an understanding of what the expected deliverables will be, and let them have and also let them know what the job description of each and everyone will be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fola Alade. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Thank you. Do you know that? I believe that he deserves serious accolades, because to get a lawyer to keep within the confines of time and restraint is admirable. I cannot believe that a lawyer with such accolades came out and he just kept to time. Please, can we give him another round of applause? I'm so grateful. And I have to say that, of course, as you would imagine, when we have conversations like that, we cannot exhaust the topic in one sitting. It's difficult in a conference like this to exhaust it all. However, I must say, though, that it has been punchy and very relevant. So the speakers have been able to distill the most important information that's relevant for today. And as I looked again at the theme for today's conference, I just thought, we're looking at the future of the domestic staffing industry in Nigeria, and from where I'm sitting, from today's conference, it definitely looks bright. And so thank you very much, AHEM Nigeria. Really, really grateful. And on that note, I am excited and very delighted, a particular honor to be introducing our next speaker, the final speaker for today, before we go on to the panel session. She is the convener of today's conference, the woman who has the great and grand vision, a pioneer like Mrs. Tara Fela-Durotoye has described. We'll read her official bio, and then we'll invite very specially to the podium Mrs. Elizabeth Ajetumobi.
Elizabeth Ajetumobi. Elizabeth Ajetumobi is the co-founder and chairman of Imagine Global Solutions Limited, a microfinance institution reaching the unbanked through MSME loans to market men and women. Its vision is to eradicate poverty and foster financial inclusion in Nigeria. Presently, Imagine Global operates in 22 states within the country. She is the CEO of AHEM Staffing Solutions Limited, a human resource company specialized in talent acquisition, recruitment services, and human resource consultation for blue-collar workers. She provides guidance on general human resource compliance issues as well as manages policy and procedure implementation. She is Nigeria's foremost household staff placement consultant and connects families with well-trained professional domestic helps. Her goal is to bridge the gap in the domestic staffing industry and provide knowledge to empower domestic staff to deliver excellent services. Through AHEM Staffing Solutions, she also trains prospective staff to be outstanding in their service delivery and helps families recruit domestic staff that have been adequately equipped for professional service. She is the founder and president of the Association of Household Employee Managers, which is the leading recognized non-profit professional umbrella body that protects the interests of domestic staff, employers, and domestic staffing businesses in Nigeria. AHEM wants to leverage on existing labor standards to offer adequate guidance on how to address the present challenges of domestic work by applying best practices in the industry. Elizabeth is a family life coach who provides support to families and guides them to create systems that help families thrive. She is a professional teacher and an educator and has an impeccable track record of inspiring, motivating, encouraging, and educating learners, working successfully with children and adults, promoting participatory educational adventures. She is an alumnus of University of Nottingham, Obafemi Awolowo University, Park Royal Finishing School, China Europe International Business School. Her experience spans several fields including education, family life, child abuse, human resources, and finance. She is a member of CIPD UK, she's a member of ILM UK, and Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. She has served as a WIMBIZ mentor and a super mentor at FCMB's She Ventures program. She's been featured on TVC, Guardian, Leading Ladies Africa, as well as Bella Niger, where she shared insights on how to build a mutually beneficial domestic staff-employer relationship. She is the author of a book titled The Domestic Staff Guide to Effective Work. Elizabeth is passionate about Nigeria and desires to see it rise to its full potential.
I'm sure you'd agree with me that the next session is going to be explosive indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please make very welcome Mrs. Elizabeth Ajetumobi.
Thank you, everyone. Let's please be seated. I'm excited to be here, honestly. I am happy to be discussing with my colleagues in the industry. And so I will be talking about professional and organizational ethics. I think some of the things that I will be talking about, some of the speakers have gone ahead to say some of them, but we just want to remind ourselves of these things. So I am going to start with a typical day in the life of a domestic staff agency owner. So, somebody calls you. Hello, is this so-and-so agency? Your staff is not doing well. I'm not happy with her service at all. She's not able to add value to me. She wakes up late. She eats too much. So, your day has started. And then you receive another call from the domestic staff. Hello, ma. I am tired of that work, oh. Please, help them find somebody else. I cannot do the work again. They suffer me too much. They are not nice at all. What did she do? She's not a nice woman. She's always shouting at me. The children don't respect me. The children beat me. So that's on one side. And then you now get a letter from the tax, Lagos State tax, LIRS, saying that you need to pay some, you still have some obligations to do with that. Then you have salaries to pay. And then somebody is telling you, oh, I need a salary review. I think I've been working in this organization for this so time. So you hear all kinds of things. So this is a typical day in the life of a domestic staff agency owner, a business owner in this industry. And it can be hard, right? It is. It can be hard. And sometimes you have to work so that your blood pressure doesn't rise. It happens. So your blood pressure doesn't rise because you're hearing all kinds of things. So we want to move from this state, that state where you're constantly frazzled and stressed. We want to move to a state where you deploy a staff to a home and this person is fine. You call them or they call you and they're just giving you good feedback. And then the employer is saying, even if there are issues, they tell you, and then they inform you, and you are able to help them resolve the issues amicably. We want to get to that point where no one is calling you to tell you, oh, you guys look like a fraud. You promised me this girl is not able to do this, right? Is that not? So we want to move to that level. So how do we move from the stressed state to that very relaxed state? And that's why we're talking about professionalism this afternoon. So, in all our dealings, okay, I don't even want to begin to, how do I put it now? You all know what we're talking about, all right? So, the success or failure of any agency depends on how the owner deals with complex situations. So, professionalism. And we deal with human beings. So the service that we render has to do with human beings. And human beings are very complex. So you're saying something to a human being and then the person is interpreting it in another way. Thankfully, we just finished a session with Mr. Folalade. You cannot run an agency, you cannot run a domestic staffing business without proper contracts in place. So after today, there should be no agency in Nigeria, no business in Nigeria's domestic staffing industry that is helping employers to recruit staff and does not send them or show them the procedures for hiring. So this person is aware of all your processes. Not that you hook them or maybe they pay and then it kind of feels like they are hooked with you. And then when you mention you're a domestic staffing agency, people can almost fight you sometimes. Yes, because people would say, oh, I've had really terrible experiences with agencies, with organizations. We need to change that narrative. And one of the ways we can do that is to be proactive. So somebody calls your organization to say they want to hire staff. Let them know everything about the hiring process. Make it very plain. Don't hide anything. If there are hidden charges, don't hide anything. If you're charging extra for a particular service, let them be aware. Let them make that choice. Let people not feel like they're being defrauded. All right? Now, after you have put all your processes in a document, you send people contracts. Let them see that, oh, these are the terms of service. Right? Because many times, people just, the word replacement. Agency owners don't like that word replacement. How many people like that word replacement? We don't, right? Because a replacement is as good as you hiring a new staff. And then you still want to go through all the processes. Many times what I find is that we promise these things and we're not able to deliver on. And many times, when people are almost boxing you, you say you're an agency owner, and they're like, somebody promised me this. They promised me a replacement. When it was time for replacing the person, it was so difficult. Personally, in my organization, we've had a way we've been able to do it, and we come clean and we tell you, you know what, this is our policy on replacement. And then people will say, oh, you need to change it. You're the only one doing this. Most people don't do this. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I can't tell you what I cannot deliver on. If we're going to do a replacement, both of us have to bear the responsibility, because I can't take the whole thing alone. If we do that, we will be out of business. You know? And then many times you tell them, people they go back and forth, but then they still come back to say, okay, you know what? Let's begin the process. So there's nothing as good as being straightforward. We don't want to be seen as fraudsters. I mean, we're passionate. That's why we're in the industry. So, and because we're in the industry, we need to carry ourselves with dignity. Because the truth of the matter is that if we don't do it, who will? If we don't sanitize the system, if we don't put structure in the system, who will? So I believe that there is no job that is better than the other. A doctor's job is not better than a domestic staff's job. The president's job is not better than the teacher's job, because he could be the president, but he also cannot sit in his children's classroom teaching them. You can't. So we need to understand your driver's job is not less than your job. So no job in the world is less than the other. And we need to understand that. And we need to take pride in what we do. So many times people call you, at the time when people are making inquiries about your service, they call you, and then when you're speaking to them and they're like, okay, is this a staffing agency? Because they expect you to be a what? A roadside agent. All right, so I am very happy that things are changing. And we have professionals in the field. We have people that have MBAs, that have masters, that have PhDs. But because we want to solve a problem, that's why we're in the industry. So it's good that we put things in place. And one of the ways people know if you're professional or not is your processes. They are already appraising you from the time they call you, from the documents you send them. And then when we're sending contracts, let's factor everything in. Let's put everything. Don't put something in the contract that you know that will come back to haunt you. And yes, because you can, at the end of the day, who is liable? If a domestic staff does something, who is liable? So these are the questions that you need, these are the things that you need to put in your contract. And it has to be clear. Now, another thing I would like to talk about, there's a tendency for you as a business in the industry to tilt to one side, to be one-sided. How do I mean? So for instance, you could be an agency that when employers call you to give you feedback, you just you're just on the domestic staff side. You know? Then there's also the other tendency to also be on the employer's side. No matter what the domestic staff says to you, you do not take it seriously. Please, we are middlemen. We are the in-between. We are just the middle. We're in the middle, where our job is to ensure that both parties are satisfied. And we need to do that well. So if a domestic staff is not happy, you want to find out why. If there is a home that there is a high level of turnover of staff, you want to dig deep to find out what is happening. Because you might have about 10 people leave a particular house, and they won't tell you that they're being sexually harassed in the house. They will not tell you. So if something is happening and it's prevalent, you need to dig deeper. Don't just say, and they just want to leave. Because the truth of the matter is that a lot of domestic staff, the reason why, we, in your circle, when you say, you talk about your experience, the next person understands. And it's the same thing for the domestic staff. When they share their experience in their circle, the next person understands. That's why it looks like when they connect, they understand themselves and they see themselves as, we're friends. So many times, so many things goes on in homes, and many times people will not tell you. We had an experience once about a house where we deployed people to, and everything it looked okay, and nobody ever had any issue in the house. until a particular girl got there and she said, no, I'm not staying here. Apparently what had been happening was that the employer's husband would send her funny, like silly pictures, and she had them. So she forwarded them to us. I don't want to believe that she was the only person that the man tried that with. So many times they don't talk. And sometimes when they come up to say, I want to go, they can come up with maybe an excuse that looks silly to us. Sometimes they just don't want trouble for themselves. So they will just keep quiet. So we need to really pay attention to these things. Because in that kind of home, and that was the last time we sent anybody to that home. That was the last time we sent anyone to that home. Because you need to be able to, we're not, like I said, we're in between. We're to satisfy both parties. We shouldn't be one-sided. Let's not have the mindset of, the employer calls to report the domestic staff, and then you're like, you employers, what are you feeling like? Why are you suffering them? No. Look at things critically and see how the staff can improve. And if it's the domestic staff that is also reporting the employer, don't be quiet. One thing you can do with that is that Nigerians don't like it. You know, many times we have this culture of, I am here and then you are there. One thing you can do, send an email to that employer. Then they know you mean business. When you send an email to them and you tell them that these are the implications of the things that you're doing, they want to think twice. Many times it has happened. We do it. I do it. So when you send an email, you state everything one after the other. Then they understand that, okay, this person is calling me out on this. And many times they adjust. And those that cannot adjust, the staff has to leave their home. Because if we're asking the staff to be well-behaved and to do what they're supposed to do, I don't think the employer too shouldn't do what they're supposed to do. So we all need to behave ourselves, right? And respect one another. So these are some of the things that we need to begin to take seriously, all right? Sorry, I know that we know these things, we discuss these things, but I just wanted to reiterate it. So for other organizations that are joining us online, that are not here, these are some of the things that we talk about in AHEM. And we're doing a lot to ensure that it's not business as usual. It's not business as usual. Many times we want the domestic staff to sit up, but employers don't want to sit up, or the principal don't want to sit up because you feel you're bigger than the law. No. In fact, I had an experience once. I was interviewing a domestic staff, and she told me that her employer, she had one employer that was very nice, but this woman won't pay her salaries. She won't pay her salary. And then at the end of the month, she would come up with one story or the other. And then it continued like that for months. Eventually, I don't know how the lady got the information, but she went to an arbitration center. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. I was so proud of her. And they were having sessions. So they were the ones that made it mandatory for the woman to pay her salary. If not, so we need to empower. In fact, tomorrow's session, we have a mediator also. She's going to be talking directly to the domestic staff so that if you don't want to report to the agency, you know where to channel your grievances to. At least that is better than taking a knife to stab someone. That is better than putting hypo or sniper in somebody's mail because they hurt you. And the reason why sometimes some people go to that extent is because they feel like nobody's going to listen to me. They don't have a way to channel that grievance. And we want to make, because we're all humans. So please, in our different organizations, let's begin to guide domestic staff. So let's give them that option of either coming to the agency to report an issue or going to the arbitration court or whatever thing that you think, but let them know that they have an option, right? I was on a program yesterday and somebody was like, what if you bring a murderer? Sometimes some people don't come up to say, well, I'm a murderer. Maybe they get really provoked. But when you know that there is a way for you, there is a channel, you would do the right thing. All right, so these are some of the things that we need to look at. Okay, so after today, we say bye to stress, right? No calling you to tell you, oh, my staff is not doing. So like Mrs. Tara said, we need to put structures in place to be able to detect those that are competent before they leave your organization. If the person is not competent, there's no point. Because they will be calling you and you'll be having headaches every day. Or you won't pick your calls. How many people do that one? Or you won't pick your calls. And then you open your phone and then you see 100. How many missed calls? Yes, they will go to your Instagram page. They would go to your Instagram page. So these are some of the things. So if we're proactive, like think ahead and say, okay, these are some of the things that is expected to happen if I don't do this. And we begin to put those things in place. I think that things will be fine in the industry. Also, our outlook. We need to encourage our domestic staff to dress, in training them, just to carry themselves in a more dignifying manner. Because really, truly, the job, the task they do is a lot. Some families can't thrive without these people because they are like the support. The support they give is not something that you can quantify. It's a lot. So let's begin to help them see that we appreciate them and that they're adding value to other people, right? So lastly, I would say that if we deal with issues in professional manners, the chance for growth and development is definitely more in our organizations. So at the end of the day, please, after this session, I believe that every speaker that has spoken has said something that you're looking at and you want to go home to implement. So let everything not just stop here. Let's go home and begin to implement these things in our businesses. And by the time we come back next year, no business will be at this same level. We want to get testimonials from this conference. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Elizabeth Ajitumobi. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you so much. There are many things that we've picked out of today's conference. I'm sure that you'd agree with me as we begin to just reflect on these things. For me, being exposed for the first time to AHEM Nigeria and the work, or AHEM Nigeria, and the work that is being done is just, for me, phenomenal. One of the things I've recognized, especially from this last session, is that, yes, money is important, and like Mrs. Adediro mentioned, that you're in sales for the profit. If you're in business, if you're not particular about profits in business, then you shouldn't really be in business. But beyond the money and the profit is a sense of responsibility and a duty of care, not just to those whom you're serving so that they will bring in more money, but in particular to those that are, to staff members that are being sent. And so it was quite instructive that, there was a channel of reporting and a protection, as it were, for domestic staff who report to your agency so that you know that there's a responsibility on your end. And I find that quite changing the narrative. I think it's just brilliant because I just saw it like the Uber app and I feel very sad or bad. I check my ratings sometimes. What is my own particular rating? Because rating is both ways. You can rate the driver and they can rate you as well. And you have to be on your best behavior. So you're not just putting out videos on social media and saying, look at how this person treated me, TC. And then the person comes back with your own evidence and is like, you were terrible yourself. So thank you so very much. I'm so excited about this. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. All right, we're going to be moving on to the panel session very shortly. However, before then, we have a brief moment to just, like I mentioned, we've had a deluge of information. So we have a number of things we've had to take in. And whilst we let that settle into our subconscious and consciousness, we'll just have, some poetry and music for the next few minutes. First, to give us, to serenade us, or is it just to recite a poem for us, we have to come to the podium Ifeanyi Bernard. Ifeanyi, do we have Ifeanyi, please? Ifeanyi Bernard.
What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Fela-Durotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's domestic staffing industry. AHEM Nigeria, revolutionizing the domestic industry. Have you ever felt frustrated about hiring a right fit staff for your home? Or you consistently need your domestic staff to be more effective? What if I tell you that narrative is about to change for good? Join the team of changemakers revolutionizing Nigeria's domestic staffing industry on the 17th and 18th of September at the AHEM conference. You can partner with us by recommending your deserving domestic staff for an award. Register with the link below. Together with Mrs. Tara Fela-Durotoye, Ayo Mairo Esse, Lolo of Africa, Elizabeth Ajetumobi, Biola Adediran, and many more, we can build a great future for Nigeria's
domestic. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Ifeanyi Bernard, spoken word poet. So I'll be doing 2 poems. The first one is titled, Never Let It Be Said. The best way to never let it be said is to never let it happen. Never let it be said that you made no peace in your lifetime. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God. We are the branches and he is the vine. Never let it be said that you would have been successful, a man of valor, a woman of virtue, a mother of strength, but the woes of today have devoured your tomorrow. No, never let it happen. Sometimes you may have to break the rules because a foolish move could be a wise step. A wise step could be a foolish move. A foolish you could be the best you. The best view could be the rear view. Never let it be said, so never let it happen. Never let it be said, so never let it happen. One name is Fena Totone Buebu. Manang na Toto Manira Chamanang Nuku or Roga for Fena Totone Buebu. Manang na Toto Manira Chamanang Nuku or Roga for never let it be said, so never let it happen. Never let had I known to be your daily hymn. Patience and perseverance are powerful virtues that make the impossible possible. So make an album of virtues, but cast out procrastination from your collection and make that a major point of correction. Never let it be said, so never let it happen. Never let it be said, so never let it happen. Never let it be said that you never did what you needed to do because of what people would do. Never let it be said that you never said what you needed to say because of what people would say. Never do what you do because of what people do. Never say what you say because of what people say. Listen to the sage. Listen only to people whose voices synchronize with the voice of your heart and conscience. Because people will say this and people will say that. People will hear this and people will hear that. But so many end up saying nothing because words are empty when they lack truth in them. Countless sayings are counted through the truth sieve. So whatever dream you conceive, try to live up to your dreams, because the best way to let it be said that you move that mountain, the best way to let it be said that you raise that fountain, the best way to let it be said that you spilled your blood and sweat on land and seas is to make it happen. And some people are so ungrateful. So ungrateful that gratitude is a sting in their ear, like one who just got slapped by a Nigerian soldier. You let them into your boat. They throw you into the cold. You give them your room. They sweep you out with your own broom. They ask for stones, but you give them diamonds and they cut out your bones. They ask for water. You gave them milk and butter. Now they utter vulgar. You offer them a loan. They hit you hard and eat all alone. You give them a robe. they hang you with a rope. But never let it be said that you made your own deathbed. And the best way to never let it be said is to never, ever let it happen. Thank you. So, this is titled Like People. So you can also call it Like People. People like what people like. You can be good to people and like people, but like people, not everybody will like you. If they bite you, give them your back too. If they bark at you, don't give them an attitude. They will see you grin and bear your pain with fortitude, because love action breaks every faction. So stand firm on the ground of truth and gain satisfaction, because if you eat even a fraction of the forbidden fruit, you may lose your foot. You can't eat your cake and have it, but you can buy the baker a suit. You must apply wisdom in all your pursuits. So get your facts right to be on the fast track. Forbid the strike back when you get a back strike, and never look back when they beat you blue black, but you bounce back stronger after every drawback. In the words of Tupac, if you can make it through the night, then there is a brighter day. What more can I say? Be good to people and like people, but like people, not everybody will like you. If they bite you, give them your back to. If they bark at you, don't give them an attitude. They will see you grin and bear your pain with fortitude, because love action breaks every faction. So stand firm on the ground of truth and gain satisfaction, because if you eat even a fraction of the forbidden fruit, you may lose your foot, and only then will you realize that you took the shots yourself. Bang, bang, blacker, blacker. This is a short life, but don't be the short of yourself. Because a fight with love as a weapon is already won before it got started. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ifeanyi Bernard. Do you know, before he came on stage, I was going to give us the modus operandi of a spoken word performance. So we don't clap, we snap to it. Snap, snap, snap. There were snap moments there. And I just felt like, expressing myself like the, let me know. If you increase my pay, I might just add spoken word. I just teasing, but I'm sure we're having a great time so far. And thank you so much. One thing about spoken word is that it's so intellectual. You need to pay close attention, and the play of words. I think of the mind of the person who is doing it. So well done. Thank you, Ifeanyi Bernard. And from spoken word, we swim on to some music. So for the next few minutes, we have another person who's going to be singing to us. Enjoy the performance by Star Sam.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I see a lot of beautiful people here, so I'm going to be singing beautiful songs. I hope you enjoy it. This is titled JJ Lee. Say a little prayer for you, that you love me like I do. When you're cold, we'll be warm in each other's arms. I hope you smile when you know that the song was made for you. And you say your prayer, and you love me too. So I'll be waiting, till you love me tenderly. I'll be waiting, Well, I see your flaws, you need some love. Why don't you hold someone tonight? No be say I no fit understand what you going through, but we all need some love, don't we? We all need some love, don't we? So I'll be waiting, you, till you love me tenderly. I'll be waiting, till you love me tenderly. You can sing along if you want to. I'll be waiting, till you love me tenderly. I'll be waiting, you love me tenderly. You love me. Well, I see your flaws. I see your flaws. I see your flaws. You just need some love. Thank you so much. This second one is titled Waiting For. I just released it recently, so you can check it out. I need the love nobody gave to me. I was so lost but found a misery. It's like a dark room only light can see, and nothing there, only pain to feel. When I walked much further, I drowned more deeper. I tried to cry out, voices in my head. When I call you, you still there answer. I swear you loyal. I set all on fire. You are what I'm waiting for, loving that I'm craving for. Everything where I want, I found you. Tell me what you're waiting for. Tell me what you're waiting for now. Tell me you do. Say you love me too. Say you love me too. You are the treasure that I need to see. I write the song, you are my melody. I know the night waiting you do to me. You be like say you solve my mystery. When I sleep, I see you. I wake to feel ya. Make tea with sugar. I set all on fire. You are what I'm waiting for, loving that I'm craving for. You want it more fair and I found you. Tell me what you're waiting for now. Oh, babe. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to Star Sam, a true star indeed. Wow. Do you know, that's such a soothing voice for a rainy day, or whilst you're working, or whilst you're trying to digest information. Thank you so very much. Fantastic performances we've had this afternoon. And I think that's a nice way to usher us into the panel session for this afternoon. So I'll wait to take my seat until the panelists have done so. But our panelists this afternoon have been carefully selected, experts in their chosen areas. And for the next few minutes, we're going to be speaking on improving on existing practices from an employer's perspective. And the first person who's going to be joining us, or who's going to be on the panel session, is Ms. Kelechi Abiri. A round of applause, please. And then we saw her earlier on. She gave the opening prayer, Mrs. Buki Maye. A round of applause, please. And then we have Ms. Yemi Lijofi. Please, a round of applause, please. And then finally, we have Mrs. M.M. Uogugu. A round of applause, please. All right. So we'll just wait for Mrs. Uogugu to come on stage.
Thank you.
Then we'll go. I think you can just sit with me.
Thank you.
Now, just to remind all those who are watching us online that the official, we need to move the chair forward a bit, please.
You get up. Yeah. Okay, went down. Went to the back. It's heavier than I thought.
We need the men. We need muscles here. So as the men move the couch forward, just remind our online audience that the hashtag for today's conference is hashtag AHEM Conference 2021. You can follow us on all social media platforms at AHEM Nigeria. So it's on Instagram, on YouTube. We're streaming live right now. We're on Instagram Live as well, so you can follow the conversation. And very importantly, if there's anyone who should be here virtually but is not, you can actually send them the link so they can be a part of the conversation. You could also send the link, you can post on your social media platforms, on WhatsApp status, on Instagram status. It's a quick and easy way to get people to see and learn from today's meeting. Also, just to say that even afterwards, you can share the link with someone to revisit today's conference and learn from the phenomenal resources we've had as speakers today. All right, I'm going to go straight to the panel, and I thank you very much indeed for being a part of today's panel session. The first question I'd just like to ask is if you could please go around to introduce yourselves, tell us what you do and why you do what you do.
You're going to start with me, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Right, okay, so my name is Yemi Lijofi, and I do domestic worker placements. So I work with clients to find them the best housekeepers, drivers, chefs, nannies that meet their needs. So it starts by understanding what the client needs and then finding the right person to fit the position. Apart from AHEM, apart from Help on Call Nigeria, I also work as a consultant, so a management consultant. That takes up a fair bit of my time. And I'm a mom to 3 as well, so I'm very busy. But I think my passion really is in helping people understand what they want and how they go about achieving it. And I think it fits in very nicely into what I do with Help on Call Nigeria.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for Yemi Lijofi. And then I'll just go on to Kelechi.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Kelechi Abiri. I work with micro, small, and medium employers to get them the right employees to fit their business goals or their personal goals. So when I say micro employers, I'm talking about domestic staff employers, because these are the guys that employ like one person, two people in their homes. And so what we try to do at Repos Bay is to find the best fit, care for the employer in terms of understanding what their goal is from a particular employee, and then we try to make the business relationship as professional and cordial as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelechi. We'll go to you next.
My name is Wogogo. I am a consultant. I run a consulting company and a project management company. I'm also an ordained pastor. I got into the nanny industry because I created a course for them after I wrote a book called The Parent Organizer. Some parents bought the book, but they didn't have the time to train their nannies with the book. And when they asked me to create a course for them, just to show their nannies how to help them use the book for them, so that's what gave birth to the Nanny to Nanny Masterclass, where my nanny will also teach in one of the sessions, sharing with them their experience on the job. And then we give them gifts to host them for a whole day. It was an amazing experience. So that's how I got into this industry. What I do is consultation for organizations, train people, and help them manage projects. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Thank
you.
And I'm sure a number of us could identify with how we stumbled into the industry. For some people, it was very purposeful. We knew that this was what we wanted to do. For others, we just found ourselves some way in that industry. So I'm glad that we have a wide range of backgrounds. And finally, we have Buki Maye, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Buki Maye. I'm the CEO of Expedient Expatriate Services. So what we do is we recruit expatriates to Nigeria, but after the COVID-19 pandemic happened, we had to kind of start with the Nigerian recruitment as well. What birthed the passion? Well, it's a passion for me outside of a business, and that's because over time I saw the gap in finding professional domestic workers. The gap was clear, and I knew I had to be part of the transformation or the reform within Nigeria to make sure that when you go into a home, you know, there's a standard you see with the domestic workers there, and you know, that just led to the business for me, so that's who I am.
Thank you very much, Buki. Round of applause. All right, so the way it's going to work for the next few minutes is that I'll throw a question to one person, but feel free to jump on it if it's something you'd like to perhaps add more information or throw more light to. And since you're with the mic, the last person with the mic, Buki, I'll go with you for the first question. So just going straight to the theme in terms of improving existing practices. When you got into this industry, what was the status quo? What was the status quo? What was the practice on ground?
The practice on ground was, so we started this about a year ago, a little over a year ago. And the practice on ground was the typical roadside agent. You know, I hate to term them that way, but not having a proper structure, not having an office, not even having an email address, only a phone number and a name. That was basically what we found. And, you know, as AHEM started to come together and started to put structures in place, we realized that certain things could not remain the way they were. And when you want to talk about professionalism, even the littlest things count. From some of the things we've heard today, like with Ms. Tara, she mentioned processes. You know, even before we get to the extent of talking about processes, we need even just basic things like you should have an email address. You know, I know that sounds very, like, what is she talking about? But you would find that even just having an official email address does not exist with some of these agents. Having an office address, you don't need to buy brick and mortar, so to speak, to have an office, but you should be able to be traced or identified with a particular location. So those are some of the things that were not happening or have not been happening, and are even still not happening till present day. And I think that's part of what AHEM stands to change. We want to change the narrative. Once you introduce yourself as, oh, I recruit domestic staff, or I'm a domestic staff agency, there's a stigma or a stereotype. People look at you like, okay, so you get house girls. No, that's not what it's about. So we're even from the employer's perspective, not just on the domestic side, not the employees, but the employers ourselves. We need to also change that mindset and change the narrative. So what we saw were some of those things, and these are some of the things we're trying to change.
Thank you very much indeed. That's a great way to start in terms of how informal the sector was and trying to formalize that sector so that it's taken a bit more, not a bit, but a lot more seriously. Now, I'll come to you in terms of being a management consultant. And before we go into the actual nitty-gritty of employers, what happens in the, in the work scenario, Buki had talked about the little things like having an email. Setting up practice, what are the basic things to ensure as part of your system, process, procedure? What are the things that you'd advise to certainly have? What takes you from being that roadside agent to being a recognized domestic staffing agency?
I think one of the very first things I would say is if you do decide as an individual to set up a recruitment or an outsourcing company, is get registered. So I think registering your company gives you that level of legitimacy, and it also means that you understand the responsibility that you've taken on. Having a registered business means you have governance requirements, you have to file tax returns, you have to, all those things. So it sets you as the business owner in the right frame of mind for that. The next thing I would say is, and I'm obviously assuming that before you decide to start a company, you've thought about why you want to start a company, who are the people you want to serve, and how you're going to make money. Once you've got all that sort of sorted out and squared off in your mind, I would say set up your processes. It was Mr. Folalade that said you have a contractual relationship with the employers. Set up a contract. There's standard templates that as AHEM that we're working on, where agencies would have a standard contract with the clients that they can then refine and make bespoke as they go on. But setting out a contract with the employer that you own as a company means that you understand the obligations that you have to the employer, and you make sure that you're able to, fulfill them. I know that in Nigeria, we don't have so much of a litigious society where if you don't do something, somebody sues you, even though you get threatened. But it's good to have that in place because it squares it off in your mind as well. What are my obligations to the client? And at Help and Call, one thing we do is that whenever a client calls to inquire about recruiting, we say, well, we have an agreement with you, and this is, in a nutshell, this is what it entails. You send it off to them for them to read. And oftentimes you would hear them come back and go, this is too much. I just need somebody. And one thing I say is I don't mind explaining it to you because I think it was Elizabeth who mentioned that when you're called a fraud, when you're trying to do a legitimate business, it stings a little bit, even though you know it's incorrect. So you go through that with them so they understand. And I think once you've done that, the next thing is you need recruitment processes. How do we get the people in? How do we assess them for competency, for, the softer skills that you can't quite test on paper? How do you know someone will be reliable? How do you know will be honest? How do you know they will turn up? And then it's just how you train them. How do you make sure that they're skilled, they can do it? I know a lot of people go, this housekeeping, I can do it. But it's way more than just cleaning and, looking after kids. So it's training them. And I think it's also being part of a group, an association. Because the one thing, that we talk about in AHEM, we have conversations and we have discussions, but it's having people that you can go back to for advice. Because we have similar experiences, but we also have very, very unique experiences. I've had at least one occasion where I've had to reach out to Elizabeth and go, a client has just asked me this question and I have no idea what to say without, coming off as, are you being serious? And she was able to give some good advice. I think it's that you register your company, you have your processes in place, you have your solid recruitment policy as well, and then join a group of people who can help. I think as a business owner, it's difficult enough as it is. It's stressful. But being able to reach back to some people, and it's a fun bunch, I will tell you, who can advise you and just make you laugh and show you up on the way, it makes a whole load of difference.
Brilliant. So one of the things that comes out strongly is being a part of a support network or a network, an association such as AHEM, obviously, to support you and hold your hands when things get tough. Now let's talk about some of the challenges that we sometimes face with employers. And Kelechi, I'll come to you for this one. One of the things you touched on, which I was going to ask, and I'm glad that Yemi just introduced us slightly into it. Nigerians, can be a bit terrified of agreements and contracts. Oh. So you go to them, and then they want to, just like you said, Yemi, it's just a housekeeper. Why am I having to sign like my life away? You know what? I don't want you. Let me go to the roadside. Yeah. That we're trying to avoid and to sanitize the industry. How do you communicate the importance of signing an agreement with a potential employer of your staff, and a client to you? And then in cases where they don't honor the contracts, how do you handle? If you have a practical example, would love to hear it.
Okay, thank you. So I would say, of course, you've said it. A lot of Nigerians like informal, things being done informally. So when you're formal and say, oh, this is our contract, I've had clients that they just, you know where you saw it, not like a river, they just like, I beg, why are you sending all these ones to? So I've had clients that do that, and then I've had to explain to them the importance of them reading it. Because like Yemi said, so it's easy for someone to call you a fraud if they were not aware. So, and even Mr. Fola mentioned it, when you send the contract, there's also a place of clarity. So it's easy for them to call you a fraud when there's like a misunderstanding in what you implied or what you said directly in your contract. It's very easy for them to call you a fraud. And so when it's documented, my background is in HR, so documents, data, all those things, you need to have it handy. You have to be able to show the customer in black and white that this is what I said in the clause, so and so. And so when they do not honor that contract, what do? You send a formal, you extract that portion of the contract, and you say, you send a formal notice. It can even be a WhatsApp message in some cases, so that they don't act like they did not see it. I prefer messaging because, of course, you want to go back and see what the person said to whatever you said. And then you like Mr. Fola also, was it Mr. Fola that said it, or it was a very interesting fact that he said that sometimes even if you send the contract, you need to also take time to explain. So sometimes we put our subscription cards, our ATM card numbers on subscriptions online, and we blame them when we're being charged like a second month subscription. Your trial period has finished, but you didn't read the terms in that contract. And it's because basically there's no human touch to that. So when there's a human touch, you should take time to explain that these are the implications of if you don't do this and if you don't do that. So an example of that is we've had a client ask us for a replacement, but we're trying to get the feedback on what happened with the previous people. And then when we were trying to get that feedback, we noticed that he was not allowing us properly communicate with the person still on ground. So when she was able to leave that situation, we were able to communicate with her, and we found out that it was a lot of other issues around sexual harassment. And so we said, okay, we've said in our contract that once verbal abuse, sexual harassment, we've mentioned all of those things. And based on that, we won't be able to give you a replacement. So just imagine if we had sent someone else to that client, it would be a circle of repetitive bad behavior, and we will not be able to document or trace it. And that's what happens to the basic roadside agent. They don't have any way, they didn't send a contract, they didn't even protect their employee. So there's nothing for them to even hold on to and say, okay, this is what you did wrong, or this is what. So they're just sending replacements. You're not finding out what's the data, what's the information, what's the precedent, what happened before all of this, before your staff was disengaged, what happened, what were the issues on ground. So these are things that make us stand out both as an association and as people that decide to do business the serious way. We are documenting. We are also communicating whatever we've put in our documents. We're putting a face behind the contract so that the employee can properly understand what they're going into.
Brilliant. Thank you. Yes, please. Yemi, you might.
If I could just add to that. So the contract talks about the obligation of the agency to the employer, and I think it should also detail the limits of liability as well. One thing we get very often is whenever a housekeeper is leaving, or a nanny, or a domestic staff of any kind, the employer would often call the agency and would maybe say, there was an argument and the nanny leaves. You would often get a call from the employer going, you guys are responsible for whatever. Now, if it spells out within the contract very specifically that we will do our due diligence, you will get a report of the due diligence to say this is the person, this is, all that detail. The liability then transfers over to you because you have to accept that I have seen this person, I have accepted the referencing that has been done, I have accepted that, they're who they say they are because you've done your due diligence. So the limits of liability also have to be expressed as well, insofar as we as agencies have done our own checks and we've done our due diligence. So all of that has to be spelled out. So sometimes it's worth mentioning to the clients as well, it is for your protection as much as it is for ours as well. So when you put it that way, they kind of go, okay, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. A number of things that you've touched on that just opened up more, unlocking doors. So you answer one, open another down, we enter, and then we deal with that. So Emma, I'd like to ask you a question around boundaries.
Okay.
So Kelechi's talked about the incident whereby the staff was sexually abused, sexually harassed.
Yes.
And how do you communicate boundaries between your clients as the employers of the staff member and when they're in their homes? The truth is that when we think of domestic staff, it's not yet the culture of people to understand that there should be boundaries.
Sure.
Should there be boundaries? What are the extent of the boundaries? Because we're talking about changing the narrative.
Sure.
So we don't see them as employees really that have rights, closing and opening time, that you cannot go in and, we don't see it that way. How do you communicate that to your clients?
So communicating to your clients, aside the agreement, is conversation, a relationship. You have a normal relationship. You're talking to them, explaining to them, reminding them, these are the boundaries between you and your employees, and also the employees also have to be informed. I think in Nigeria, you need to constantly, tell people what the boundaries are. And people don't like boundaries in Nigeria. People hate boundaries. They see it as you being very either forceful or not loving them. People love to be very free in Nigeria. And even when you tell a young person, you can't dress a certain way to my home, the person is offended with you, not forgetting that this is a home and that you're a young girl. I'm also protecting you and I'm protecting my marriage. Not because my husband is a bad person, but because I'm supposed to do the right thing. So people don't like boundaries. So for we in the industry, I think it's important that from time to time when they call to just chat, remind them in a very professional way, and also speak to the employees, the domestic assistant, that I hope I hope all of these are in place. I hope you're wearing the right clothes. I hope nobody's taking advantage of you. Are you stressed? Is the work difficult? So you more or less like in coaching them, asking questions, and very, very, in a very relaxed manner, not in a rude way, not in a harsh way, aside that you've given them an agreement letter before.
Thank you. To just dig in deeper, I don't know if anyone else would like to just throw light on what are some of the boundaries that should be spelled out.
There are many.
Sorry?
There are so many.
Yeah. So if you could just share a few that some are obvious, but even though they are obvious, it's amazing to know that some people don't know that it's a boundary or it's a boundary issue. So maybe we can just highlight a few of those things.
I'll start with one, like domestic workers going directly to the man of the house to report issues without telling the wife.
Okay.
And sometimes domestic workers hitting the child without finding out what are the boundaries in terms of discipline. And also for employers who do not give authority to the domestic workers, telling them, this is the boundary I've given you to discipline my child. Because a lot of children also don't have boundaries in relating with domestic assistance. A lot of children in this generation are extremely rude. I think it's from the home these kids learn how to be rude through the domestic workers. Because they are allowed to. So when you allow them, they take the rudeness outside. So sometimes I found myself disciplining my daughter just because I'm trying to tell her, you cannot do this. So my husband would say, no, let her respect the nanny directly. Don't come in between them. The nanny has an authority to send her to timeout by herself. So she now sees the nanny as an authority figure.
Fantastic.
So those are boundaries that I also would like to acknowledge.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
To also add to what has said, so because every home is peculiar and unique, so find you as a recruiter or an employer or an agency, you've drawn up your contract, but you should also ask your clients some unique issues in their home that would stand out and that would be deal breakers. So I noticed that sometimes, in some cases, some clients do not want to take so much of the responsibility of communicating the uniqueness in their home. And they want us to assume, as recruiters, they want us to assume for them, or like, you should know now that this is not allowed. But as a leader, your home, you have to take some sort of leadership, and you have to take a lot of responsibility for that person. Fine, we've recruited the person, we've done our due diligence, but you as a leader of your home should have the way you communicate your own boundaries to the employee. You should have your own structure. You should have set up your own structures, your own do's and don'ts in your home, and you should be able to communicate that to the recruiter even from that beginning stage. And you should be able to communicate that to your employee once they're on ground as well.
I quite like that idea, and this is speaking to employers, that even before we approach an agency, we should have our own set of rules. So do we think about it? What are my own personal boundaries? What are almost like you yourself having an induction process. Exactly. So you have your induction process, but for me, in my own space, for instance, I might not mind someone wearing a short skirt or shorts in my house, maybe because I just don't mind, or our culture is a bit different, and someone might feel very strongly about it. So if you don't communicate that, I think that's important in terms of for employers. Yes, I think Buki.
Yes, I wanted to talk about boundaries even from the employees' part as well. Those boundaries need to be set because you have some employees. So I deal with a lot of expatriate employees who are really excited to be in this Nigeria. They've heard so many things about, and in the process of that, they want to tell me everything. No, you cannot tell me I don't want to know. I don't want to know about your employer and his wife. I don't want to know about personal issues with the kids and what happened with the driver and the security guards. I'm not really interested in that. So those boundaries have to be set. Even us as the agents, we need to set those boundaries with the employees to let them know that certain things are out of bounds. You're here to do a job. Once you've agreed with your employer on your job description, the only time you should really come and meet me is if you've approached your employer after an issue and you find that it's not being resolved. Then you can bring it to us as somewhat of an escalation. Then that's conflict resolution, what the lawyer talked about. Then we can step in. But to tell us every single thing that is happening in the home, no. Those boundaries need to be set from day one, funny. Even pre-employment. They need to know. No, because it happens. No, it does happen.
Because you're not a monitoring agency.
I'm not. So don't come and start telling me about all these issues. It's not all bad. It's not all bad things they're saying. Sometimes, we celebrated a birthday, so we went to London, and in London we stayed. I don't want to know, there has to be boundaries in that
Absolutely.
regard.
Thank you. Yes, Yemi.
I think just to add on that, it's also important that an employer asks the employee what their boundaries are. So many times I'll get calls from housekeepers who say the client, it's usually with food. Yeah. So when growing up, we did not eat okra, for instance, or we did not eat eba. And then you get a call from a housekeeper who says, I told my madam that I don't eat eba, and she got cross. So I think it's always also important, as part of that onboarding induction process in the home, to say to your domestic staff, what are your boundaries? Some housekeepers don't necessarily like physical touch. They don't want to hug children. They'll look after them and they'll be absolutely lovely and warm, and but they don't want to be the person who the child is all over. So it's worth asking that what are your boundaries? What are the things that we need to have in place? Because remember, this is a two-way relationship. You have to be happy, and the housekeeper, domestic staff has to be happy as well. So we have to make sure that we don't kind of forget them and just say, okay, what do you as an employer want from them? Also ask the other way as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yemi, since you're with the mic, I'll ask you this. Is there a way of assessing potential employers? So there's a way of, when you're recruiting staff or employees to go into home in terms of domestic staff, is there a way that you assess employers? Because usually we attack the employees. You know, they're the murderers, they're the thieves. But some people are also terrible. And like, this is just what we mentioned in terms of some of them, you go into their homes and it's as close to slavery as you would imagine. Is there a way to assess potential employers that you take on in your agency?
I think a lot of conversation. It's not always possible to do a physical visit to a client, to every single client, but a lot of conversation. And I ask a lot of questions. It's just how I am. So I will ask questions. And I always take how the client interacts with me as an agency is often a good indication of how they will interact with their domestic worker. Reason being, agents, as they were, have been seen for a very long time as, you're just a little bit above the, the dung heap. So, I can talk to you anyhow, I pay you, so whatever. So how they interact from this point on and their level of engagement as we go through is always, it's either a red flag or a green flag. And I have, the instances where I have declined to take on a request from a client because I kind of felt that if I were to place someone in their household, I would suffer for it because I would get calls every day or I would have to sort of resolve conflict quite a lot. And I think it's also asking them what other agencies they've worked with. So I would say, have you tried to get a domestic worker through another agency? And if it's one within the association, it's always easy to pick up a call and go, oh, I would say, what happened with them? Or what happened with your other domestic staff? Now, an employer that always says they were rubbish, they couldn't do the job, they were lazy, they had to go home to their, somebody died. You kind of begin to think that if you've got 5, 6, 7 housekeepers who are leaving in quick succession, or a client who calls you and says, I need somebody today because my domestic worker has just walked out, then you kind of begin to, it's weird to say, you kind of get your tingly senses and going, I need to maybe talk a lot more about that. There's no one way, but I think it's all of those things combined. But conversation definitely is one good way to kind of assess.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. As we begin to wrap up this panel session, I want to ask, in terms of overcoming cultural challenges, because I would imagine that that's one of the biggest barriers that you'd face, especially when it comes to employers. And by this, I mean the perception of domestic staff. So the way that we were raised or socialized to believing that they were a bit second-class citizens. And thankfully, thanks to social media, we've seen a lot of atrocities by employers to their domestic staff. How do you hope, one, as AHEM, to change that narrative? Because I think it would, number one, it would make your jobs easier if you didn't have to go through people who just thought that domestic staff is just at my bidding to come and go as I please and all that. So what's the role of AHEM in changing this narrative? What are some of the steps that you would take to change that mindset, to cause a mindset shift?
Okay, so I'll say one of the most important things at AHEM that we've tried to establish is discouraging child labor. So it's easy to bully a child. It's easy to bully someone that is not of age. But it's not easy to bully someone that you've agreed on a pay, you've agreed on a certain job description, and the person is of age. It's not easy for you to trample on that person's rights because the person knows what they came in for and what they're supposed to earn.
So what age is a child to you? What's the age range you're...
So personally, in my own company, we do not... we only work with 21 years and above.
Okay.
Why? Because the 20 years downwards, we feel like they're still coming of age. And, of course, they've not established it in their mind that this is what they want to do. So a lot of times, they want to do a lot of other things, but they just, due to the circumstances or situation, they find themselves doing the housekeeping job or the domestic work. But from someone that is 21 years and above, you sort of can tell the person this, because we also have a contract that we sign with the staff when they come to our agency, and we tell you these are the things we're expecting of you. And if you don't deliver on these things, these are the expectations, these are the consequences. And so the person at that age is able to understand consequences and everything that has to do with a job description as well. So we've also had employees say that I'm leaving this job because I'm doing more than what they asked me to do or what they told me I was going to do. They brought me in as a nanny, but I'm the gate man, I'm the cook, I'm the car washer, I'm everything. And so they tell me, oh, we're not working again. This person did not stick to the contract or the agreed job description. So when we ask people, okay, we want to know your job requirements. You need to have spelled it out that, okay, this person is a nanny, but you also have to clean or cook. Yeah. So that we can also tell and communicate this to the employee properly, and so that there's no issues down the road. And so at AHEM, we discourage child labor. We discourage it a lot.
So is that age range across boards at AHEM 21? Or is it? Okay, mostly. Mostly, all right, yes. Okay. Thank you very much, because these are practices that people could adopt. Yeah. I'm saying that because you talked, I was speaking to my mom about underage labor, and to them, she's like, you're just speaking because all you modern children, we bring them to the house, we take them to school, they work for us, and they feed them. And so it was just being able to understand the concept of child labor, that this is actually work. And like was said from the very beginning of the conference, that it is an industry that we're looking to stabilize, formalize, and cause to thrive. You can actually think of you deciding to go on, that I want to carve out a career in this. Okay, I have my school living certificate. I'd like to just work with someone. I love children. I want to work as a nanny. So these things are done elsewhere around the world. It's in Nigeria that we see it as next to slavery. So I'm really glad that you're talking about that. I'll just like to go across everyone and see if there's any final words. But before I do that, just asking the audience, do we have any question for the panelists? Oh, you do? Okay, thank God I did. I asked. So just, do we have a roving mic? Or you can project? Oh, okay. All right, please. Your name, or you can come to the podium here. Okay, we have a microphone.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm so happy to be here. Especially because I would never have thought that there will be a way to regularize, structure this industry. And I'm sure it's a lot of work you're doing and that there's so much more to do, but it's a good start. In fact, hearing Elizabeth say so many things about like a typical day, I'm like, oh, these things are real issues. And then I can imagine that some people are having headaches trying to just make things work the right way. So kudos to everyone working in this industry. My question is really about, my name is Tosin. I didn't say that. My name is Tosin. I run a business. I'm a non-profit founder, but more importantly, I'm here as Lafiami. I manage operations at Lafiami. Lafiami is a social enterprise aggregating health insurance products. But more importantly, as it relates to you, we create affordable health insurance plans, so that small business owners, people can get their staff insured. And that's why we're here, to make sure that you can also push the narrative of health insurance, for staff, especially because the cheapest plan costs just about $10,800 per annum. That's $900 per month, even. So, yeah. So my question is really then asking, how do you ensure productivity of these employees that you're sending? Are there limits? Do they just work from Monday morning till Sunday evening? When they're sick, I've heard people say, if my employee is sick, and I treat her, I'm going to take it from her salary. I'm like, she's sick. You're going to take it from her salary. She's sick probably because of the pressure of work. So how do you ensure that that these best practices are in place when it comes to good health, well-being, and the welfare, of employees, especially domestic staff? That's really my question.
Thank you. That's a brilliant question. Thank you very much for asking. Okay, so maybe I'll take a round of questions so that we can then take it all at once. So we have someone there as well. And thank you for that health insurance, because truthfully, you become their insurance. Because when they fall ill, you're the one that would bear the burden, except you don't want to be, yes. So that's a very good one. Thank you. Your name, please, and then your question.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panelists. So my question, my name is Foy, and I'm into HR. But my question now is concerning domestic staff. I've noticed or I've observed that they are good liars. Some of them have mastered the art of selling themselves, just like other professionals too. So I want to ask now, this is just like seeking wisdom from industry experts. How do you detect like the lies? You know, some of them can say all the perfect things. Or what's the job of a nanny steward? Or to cook, to clean. They will be so perfect. And even clients also ask that question. They're also lost. So I'm asking now from industry experts, if you don't mind sharing, what are the things you use or the tools that you'd advise to detect people like this who are just ticking all the boxes? You know, because I know that some clients even go to spiritualists because of this. They give the names of bios to their pastors to pray about because, yes, they tick all the boxes. And you don't know who is bad, and you don't know who has ulterior motive. In fact, they bring the guarantors. Everything is perfect. But then, when they begin to work, it's like a different tangent from the things they told you during the interviews. So, Maz, how do you detect? Yes.
I feel very sorry for the panelists because when you ask a question like that, it's like we need the FBI on the stage as well. But that's a very good question. Thank you. I'm curious to hear the answer. Do we have a third question? Yes, please. Okay, you have one. All right. Oh, you have an answer to a question. All right. So, for the first question, I think says she'd like to answer that in terms of best practices and productivity. And then the next one is in the how. Who wants to take that one? Okay. Buki and Kelechi said they'll take that. Yes, please.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ife Dolako, and I would sort of say I'm a recruiter by knowledge, not really practice yet. But I think my question is, okay, because at the end of the day, you're recruiters as well, but you just created a niche for domestic staff. So my question is, how do you align your values that you have personally as a recruiter with the employers that would employ the domestic staff that you recruit? I don't know if that question makes sense. Yeah. Like, okay, these are the sort of values that I have. Mm-hmm. How do I make sure that the same values are sort of aligned with my employers so that the people that I produce for them also continue with the values as well? Because you don't want to give somebody to employers that they will then be treated badly and don't know how to manage it. So I think the other question, do you just recruit for everyone?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think Yemi will take that because Yemi said answering that with regards to assessing potential clients. How do you assess them? So it would be good to break that down a bit more. Okay, so I think that's all in terms of questions. Thank you very much. So we have our work cut out for us. is going to respond to productivity and best practice. Yes. Buki and Kelechi would speak to the how, and then Yemi would round off with also the how, as it were, for.
Okay, for the productivity part, if you tell the nanny to do something and you come back, sometimes you find out that the nanny didn't do it. It kept happening, you know, with my daughter. So I said, okay, what I will do, I created a template. First of all, I started using cardboard paper. On cardboard paper, I wrote a book. Like, it was that bad. You know how when you have talked and became an author because you don't want to talk again? That was what gave birth to the book that I wrote. I'm serious. It was not funny. From cardboard paper, pieces of cardboard all over the house, because I kept, the food one was in the kitchen. I didn't really think about it as anything. But later on, I said, you know what, this is just too much printed papers stapled together all over the house. So when I went to write the book, I just went around my house and collected papers around the house and turned into my book. So you can't lie that you don't know what I want. I told you that in the morning, and I have time. And you know what? We're kind enough to give them 2 days off. We allow them rest. So we tell them, you know, everybody, you call the person Mrs., respect. You don't let the child talk to the nanny anyhow. They're treated fairly. So for productivity, in the kitchen, there's a template on the wall. That template, I sell it now. That one is just a workaholic tracker that helps them track their hours and what they do for morning. The book might be a lot. Nannies don't mind going to the book during reading time, doing all that because the names of the book for Monday is different for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and all of that. But for day-to-day work, housekeeper is busy. She arrives, they might not leave out, and they have to be like 7 o'clock, pack up this, time for rest, make sure you rest for an hour, afternoon time, take a break. So they know that yes, that everything is arranged, is neat. You will still talk. The only area you have challenges, it might be temperament, behavioral development challenges. Even when you're organized, you might have issues with feedback. So that's another area where you need to teach, nurture, use love, use understanding. Sometimes lose temper as well, but understanding that these are your boundaries, that you can't be losing temper, abusing them like in the village. So you always have to also call yourself back, apologize, and then make sure that you go back to the way you want things to be. So productivity is very major for me because it's to make you run mad if your child's nails are not cut and you're out to work, your child's meals, brushing of hair, the back hair in the morning, everything from affirmations in the morning, affirmations in the night, the kind of meals. We have a food diary. The food diary is different from a parent organizer. A parent organizer has everything from the time you arrive, what you do, even till sanitizer is there. Wash hands, sanitize, say your own prayer and affirmations that builds the nanny's confidence too in doing their job. And the affirmations also helps them to build that, say good things about themselves, bless themselves, bless the day and the work. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Oh, wow. Do you know, people love structure. Yes. And I think when your employees come into the house and see that this is a home of structure, they sort of align. There's something, there's security in structure, as they say. So I think that's just, I've never thought about that in terms of I think it's even too much work for me. I think we want to escape the work. Yeah. So you just want to bring somebody that will come and organize your life, not to come but it is so important. Once you set that structure, it makes your life easier. Right. So with regards to the how.
The how, I think we need to start with, as employers, with a mindset shift. Not everybody is bad. That's the truth. The moment we go into that job interview with the nanny or the housekeeper or chef thinking this guy is going to lie, then you're probably not going to get far with even the process. So I think the mindset shift has to change. Not everybody lies. Not everybody pretends. Not everybody is false. So having said that, how do we identify those that do come and do that? It's research. We want to professionalize and formalize this industry. So we're going to treat a nanny recruitment the way we would treat a teacher's recruitment, a doctor's recruitment, or a lawyer's recruitment. What does that mean? We verify. So if you're dealing with educated nannies, like I do at Expedient, most 90% of our nannies have university degrees. So we verify those degrees. There's a process for verification. There are companies that do that. You verify that. Then you also have them bring references. So you have to take the painstaking task to verify those references. They've worked somewhere before for the most part. Call up those employers and find out if truly they said, I worked as a nanny for 2 years here. Did they work as a nanny for 2 years here? We're not going to go into the nitty-gritty of what, when, how, but at least that information has been verified. A lot of background checks. So, you're doing previous employer, maybe a reference check. So maybe someone that can vouch for character. I think it's called character check something, so you do it. It takes a lot. It's a long process. It's not just about someone walking into your door saying, I can clean, and then you post them to a client. No, it goes beyond that. So you actually have to do the painstaking task of verifying their information, making sure that what they say is truly what they say is truly the reality. And you find that most times these guys, they really just want to earn an income. They really just want to have somewhere where they can put their head at rest. You understand? I'm sure even as bankers or lawyers or doctors, we've had colleagues that were not straightforward. So we can't put that on them because they are in that industry. It's a human thing. A bad person will be a bad person regardless of who they are, what they do, and etc. So I'll let Kelechi, answer some more.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let me add to what she said, which she has actually said some things that I would have said. You have to formalize your process of interview questions, even starting from your interview questions. What are you asking them? You can't come and someone comes to your house for a job, or you as an agent or recruiter, you accept someone into your agency and you ask them a question of, oh, can you wash clothes?
That's just a question of yes or no. You should ask them things like, what is the process of washing a white bed sheet? What's the process of washing a blue colored jeans? You should ask them those kind of questions. Let them tell you the processes. So if you don't want to do the work, you won't get the right result. And the work means that you must have researched the right questions. You must also have thought through the process of what do I want this person to do in my home, or what do I want this person to do for my client. Okay, this client wants someone that can this. So you form your questions, your interview questions from those job descriptions. And don't ask somebody can you cook? It's not a question. It's not an interview question, really. Can you cook is a yes or no question. What I like to eat is different from what Barbara likes to eat. What I like to eat is different from what Miss Elizabeth likes to eat. So why should I be asking you, can you cook? Can you make ofada stew? Can you make moi moi? How do you make moi moi? How do you make ofada stew? Those are the questions. And you should know the answers to these questions. So you're asking somebody something that you don't know the answer to the question. You're in trouble because whatever the person says, you'll be forced to swallow it. So you have to put in the work either as a recruiter or as an employer. You have to put in the work. And again, employers, please don't leave all the responsibility on your agent or your recruiter. You have to do some thoughts. You have to have some thought process. Even onboarding your staff. Onboarding your staff should tell you if this staff is going to work or last with you, is going to stay on this job. From when you are onboarding, how quick is the person responding to the training or the orientation you are giving? Is this person somebody that you need to repeat things to over and over again? It's not everybody that is trainable. It's not some people have gone to school, they've gotten a degree in maybe medicine, for example, but we still have bad doctors, we still have bad teachers, we still have bad lawyers, and we still have bad domestic staff, and we have very good domestic staff as well. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Yemi, the question on okay, so all right. Do you have a microphone? Whilst we get the mic to her, yes, we'll just answer the final question.
So I think the question was about how do you make sure that your clients' values align with yours? I'll give my own personal example. So I'm very big on forming relationships. I don't believe in surface stuff. Like, I don't believe in just chit-chat for the sake of it. So what I try to do with my clients is try to establish communication and a relationship with them. Because I think it's by doing that you get to find the real person. I talk with a bit of an accent. So when people hear me, the first instance, they kind of want to talk. And they might put on their nicest self when they initially start talking to me. But when you form a relationship and you have a few more conversations with them, you kind of get to understand who they are. I personally believe in equity. So if somebody is working for you, they're exactly the same as you. It's a commercial position, as it were. They need work, you need help. You pay them, they do the work. So how you talk about who you need, what they will be doing, the conditions under which they will be working, will let me know whether I want to work with you. For a help on call, one of the things I said as a basic requirement is a domestic worker who is a live-in has to have a separate room that is preferably lockable. Now, if they have to share a room, they have to share a room with a child who is the same gender as them. So if it's a girl, then the housekeeper can share a room. I've had to turn down clients who want a housekeeper to stay in the living room, or who will say things like, oh, I've got a space in the store where they can put down a mattress and they can sleep in. Why do I do that? Because I believe if I have someone who is working for me, housekeeping is intense. Looking after my own home myself is intense. And the one thing I want to do at the end of the night is fall into bed and sleep. I can't imagine a situation where I work really hard and then I have to sleep on a mattress on the floor. So I always believe that talking to a client, understanding where they're coming from, feeling them out, will let me know what client I want to work with and which one I don't want to work with. And I have no problems saying no to a client. Yes, we think about profit first, but we're dealing with human beings. They're not goods. So we have to think about what conditions, what practices, what kind of person works best for them. And we kind of go with that. I've had a housekeeper who recently left a client because she said the client was verbally abusive. And I said to her, I support you all the way. You know, I agree you're there to work, but she said in Yoruba that the client said that she was going to curse her. I said, you have to go. So it's like and I tell my house, everybody who works for me, I say, see, I will campaign for you, I will support you, I will back you up, but I am for you and I'm for the employer. So if you do something wrong, I will tell you off, I will tell you where you went wrong, and then we will look at how we can fix it. And I think because I'm that person, I have to make sure that my client is willing to work with me in that. So they have to have a similar mindset, or at least be willing to consider a different point of view. And I think as agencies, we owe it to the client and to the domestic workers to screen our employers the same way we screen our domestic workers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I think one thing that we didn't quite, I would just like someone to touch on it, was the issue around health, medical allowance, benefits whilst working. So best practices. Yeah. Are these things that you expect from your employers or you suggest to them in terms of having basic benefits for the employees?
So, for example, in our contract, it's clearly stated that you have to provide some kind of medical coverage. So we can't, we don't mandate them to get health insurance. Medical coverage meaning that if they do fall sick, if you're not getting them insurance, you would take care of their medical bills. Of course, it's cheaper. It's more practical to have health insurance. But yes, that is, you know, my company originally started with expatriates. So that is the law for them. So it's the law. That one is not negotiable. Even up till, what's it called? Repatriation insurance. If in case of a demise, they must have that. Their embassy requires that. So if we're doing that for foreigners, why can't we do it for our own people? And I always try to tell Nigerians that, look, you know that you've paid me for a foreign person and you didn't have any objections. You read the contract, you signed, you paid at a premium. But now this is our own sister. And you're asking, why does she need health insurance? But Nigerians, we're never sick now. Maybe it's just malaria. We'll buy her. And I'm thinking, you know, that narrative has to change. So I had to start putting it as a prerequisite in the contract to say that, listen, it's either you get them proper insurance coverage, which I know I can't insist that they do, or you take responsibility and sign to say that, yes, in case of X, Y, and Z, you would provide that cover for them. Because honestly, when we go to the bank to work, they give us, even if it's category C, they give us health insurance. Yeah. They do. So I know that there's some even construction workers should have, they have some kind of, you can educate us, some kind of health insurance, because they're climbing up those scaffold things and they could fall down, break their legs and never be able to work for the rest of their life. So who covers that? You know, so those are some of the things we have to educate our clients about, to let them know that these things are not really, they are not luxury, you understand? Because they see them almost as a luxury, and they're not. They're things that should come with the job, you know? So, yeah.
Absolutely. So just one more thing. When you're employing, even from the beginning, try to do like a screening, a medical screening. I know a lot of people do it, but there's still some people that don't do it. They don't do a medical screening. So that way you know what kind of, if the person has like a pre-existing condition, what kind of bill or health bill you'll be incurring even from the beginning. And then you can make a decision on, okay, is this person going to be fit in my home based on this medical report as well?
Fantastic. Thank you.
How do you manage just being sure that you are safe when you give them the freedom that they deserve, the days off? Okay, so what can you do differently to just make sure every time they go off, you are safe, your children are still safe? You know.
So the truth is that after their 2 days off, you can't really see anything, except it's like, they said there's a window period, for example, for HIV, which you cannot detect if the person has the virus. And I think for hepatitis B, I think anybody in medical field can correct me. So it has to be 3 months or 6 months that you do those checks. So my husband is somebody that always says, screen these girls again. Because after like 6 months that they've stayed with us, we'll be like, oh, screen them again. Because, of course, they've gone on off. They go on their off weekend at least once a month. And so you need to know if they come back with any infections. I have a client also that goes all the way to do like typhoid, all of those things. Because, yes, because those things too, typhoid can also be transmitted. A lot of people don't know that, but typhoid can be transmitted in food. So you have to make sure that you repeat those tests periodically. And 3 months, 6 months is what I recommend because of all those diseases that you might not detect like after a week.
Yeah, there's
Thank
something.
you.
Hello, can I? Okay. Hello. Okay, I had to what she said. Actually, when I do my verification, what I do is maybe a lot of people do it. I use a lot of social media checks. And some of them, they use fake names. So in the process of me asking them, they won't know I'm going to check their Facebook or other things. So I know. So through that Facebook, I use that Facebook a lot. So through that Facebook, they won't know I'm checking. So by the time maybe some of them will lie to me, their educational background, all because you want to work. Yes, I understand your unemployment. But at least it should be open to me. Some have been open to me, though. I need a job. Or I'm a BSc holder. I say, oh, the salary they're going to offer is low. But in the process, maybe I'll get somebody that needs maybe a teacher. That one is better. But rather than somebody lying to me that you are SSC and you have BSc, you have this, I don't know your intention. Maybe you are trying to go to the home to steal or to seduce your husband or something. Or lying that you are married. Yes. So I do a lot of social media verification. I use Truecaller. I use WhatsApp. I do a lot of, and I think it has helped me.
Another good one to use is
Social
bank
media
accounts.
works.
Bank
Social
accounts.
media works.
Bank accounts reveals the person up to their middle name.
Yes.
And I believe the bank, because they submit facial recognition and all of those type of things. So sometimes hiring people that don't have bank accounts can be risky.
Very risky.
Thank
One of
you.
my observation is some domestic agencies tell the domestic workers to lie during interview process. Tell them that you have a child, because it happened to me twice. And they both confess after when we're so nice to them, they're like, madam, I want to tell you, I don't get picky. And then, one of them came second time, and she said, madam, she preached for me. Anointing touched me. Okay, I just tell you true. I don't get any, I'm not married. Sometimes they lie. Another one, we allowed her to stay for 2 years. We kept her, we still allowed her to stay on the job. She's really good, trained her. But the domestic agency tell them sometimes to lie so they can get the job. That's really wrong and very bad.
I'm
So
sure
we
no
should-
AHEM member.
Yeah, we should
No.
stop that.
I think with
Yes,
I think with the medical thing, once they go out, like you said, for the weekend, the truth is, learning is ongoing. It's like Six Sigma, continuous improvement. You have to continue. So just because your staff has been with you for like 6 months or 1 year or 5 years does not mean you don't constantly train them in the house. Training is always ongoing. It doesn't have to be formal. Let's sit down, face the classroom, the blackboard, and take notes. No, just ongoing in casual conversation. Oh, I see that you have an off coming up next weekend. Don't forget, social distancing. Wear your mask. There's COVID-19 pandemic. Try to do this and that. If you're going to see your boyfriend or your fiance, okay, don't forget, stay safe. Encourage him also to stay safe. These are certain diseases that are out there. You can contract hepatitis even through sweat. You have to continue to engage them and teach them and train them on these things, because the reality is that I could step out of here right now and catch something myself. You understand? The only difference is that I have my own car, so my exposure is less. But it does not, if I'm not aware of it, I could literally just go out there and catch something. So we have to continue to train them. So yes, the regular test is good, but not everybody can afford those regular routine checks. Some can afford it weekly. I had a client call me some days ago and said she wants to give weekly off and will be doing weekly COVID tests. Yes, just some days ago. Yes. And I was like, pity the girls' nostrils now, But the reality is that not everybody can afford that. So we have to continue to educate them and teach them.
And I think it's
Fantastic.
probably just worth mentioning, whilst we're talking about medical testing, that it is about the domestic workers' consent as well. You cannot force them to take a test. It has to be by their agreement. So you can make it a condition of employment that if you don't take the test, then unfortunately I cannot offer you the job. But you can't, whilst they're working with you, they can refuse to take the test. It is not, it's a basic, you can't force them to have a medical procedure because you want to feel comfortable. So I think it's probably worth saying.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'd agree with me that this has been an amazing panel session. Can we give a round of applause one more time to our panelists? We had Kelechi Abiri, Buki Maye, we had Yemi Lijofi, and Nwogogo. A round of applause, please. One more time. Excellent. All right. Okay, so we'd like to take a picture. Okay. Can I please invite the convener to join us for a picture as well? Many things. And so we'll be having a closing remark and then we close for today. And to give us a closing remark, I'm going to have to borrow the time of the convener, Mrs. Elizabeth Ajetumobi, for the closing remarks for today's conference.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I am, in fact, I don't know what to say. I'm super proud of all my colleagues in the industry. Please help me put your hands together for them. So you see that it's not because we don't have things to do, that's why we're in the industry, but because we have people who are focused, we have people who are passionate about the industry. They're passionate about Nigeria. Thank you, everyone. And tomorrow, this conference continues at Landmark Center at Oniru. We're going to be celebrating domestic staff. We're going to be giving them awards. We're going to be having also sessions. We call them Sharpen the Soul sessions. So please, we still want you to be part of the event tomorrow. Thank you. Please invite your friends. Tell them about AHEM. If there are ways in which you can partner with us, we would love that. Thank you very much. Thank you to our amazing host. She's done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone. And I want to say a huge thank you to my sister. She came. In fact, she's been with me all day, and I'm super grateful for that. She's really busy, but she has just cleared her schedule for me, and I'm super proud of her. No, I am super proud that I have a sister that would do that for me, and I'm also thankful. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my colleagues. Thank you, everyone. All the excos of AHEM, thank you. This is our dream. Our dream is here, and I'm really thankful. Thank you for the support all the time, all the time. Thank you.